Good evening and welcome back to the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium. It does not get any better than this. I'll make it simple. Kings 11 Dallas versus Dallas Xforia Giants. The number 2 team versus the number 4 team. The winner of this game goes through to the playoffs. The loser's season ends tonight. So, with that in mind, this is Brian Walters. I'm happy to be with you here for the next 4 hours or so. The Dallas Xforia Giants winning the toss, Captain Harmeet Singh deciding to have a bat, wanting to put the pressure on the bowling unit of the Kings 11 Dallas. And I'll tell you what, that's actually not a bad strategy. They used the same strategy yesterday to bat first, score 193 runs, and then the that Kings 11 Dallas fell short in their chase. If that happens again tonight, the season ends for Corey Anderson, Unmuk Chand, Andreas House, Ali Sheikh, and company. And looking to change that equation is the man with the ball in hand right now at the top of his mark, Obaspinar. Obaspinar, statistically the best bowler in the side, and he is going to want to make sure that that changes. He's a left-arm orthodox spinner, and he takes the ball away from the two right-handed batters. Will be starting to Smith Patel, but one thing that Obaspinar also does very well is bowl the arm ball. A lot to play for. Pressure is on. Here's the first ball. Back to the bowler himself, no run. So Smith Patel and the great Shayan Jahangir will be opening the batting. Shayan Jahangir, all he did last night was score a century. Tremendous batting by the youngster. Appeal, and umpire Karthik Nachamutu immediately indicates that that came off of the glove. So a couple of good deliveries to start here. Once again, this is the number 2 versus the number 4 team. Really, the exact positions don't really matter because they've changed around so much recently. And that's driven away for 4. Full and straight, hammered away through the offside for 4. So as I started saying, the exact positions don't really matter because the teams at the top are so bunched up. But what is important, as we see that replay again, that was the arm ball. If you see that ball curling in the air towards Smith Patel, so you're encouraged by the movement if you are Obaspinar. Just got that one a little too wide. Here's the next delivery. Stroked off of the hand of Corey Anderson and deflects down to long off. I don't think that was a catch. Looking at it live, I believe it came off of the ground. In any event, it was not fielded cleanly anyway, and they got a single for it. Look at this replay. Let's see if this is a catch. This will give us a good idea. Oh, that may have been a catch. That may just have been a catch. Smith Patel might have just been put down by Captain Corey Anderson at short cover. We'll see how that develops the rest of the way. Down the ground, Shayan Jahangir taking strike for the first time. This will be the last ball coming up here in over number 1. And Obaspinar has opened the bowling in every one of the matches in recent times. Obaspinar, obviously a tremendous batter, but also more than useful left-arm orthodox bowler. He is the leading bowler in the side statistically. Down the leg side, these might be free runs. It's going to go away for 4. No, not free runs. It was glanced away. So that was apparently the in-swinger. Again, the arm ball, and just tickled around the corner for 4 by Shayan Jahangir. So that ends an expensive first over for Obaspinar. Kings 11 Dallas asked to bowl first, and the Dallas Xforia Giants a 10 without loss. Look at this ball again, just a little bit too straight. Look how it drifts in, certainly curling in, drifting down the leg side. So the stock ball for Obaspinar is going to be one that is in between that last delivery and the one that was struck through the offside for 4. Something in between those two is what he's trying to bowl. So we'll see how well he does here. 1 over in the books, 10 without loss. They're off to a fast start. Last night they got off, the Xforia Giants, to a really fast start, and that fast start was good enough to get them victory. fast start anchored by this pair. The opening partnership put on all of 152 runs. And you will find that there is tremendous potential in this lineup if they get off to a fast start, because the batters who come afterwards can sort of play very freely. And looking to change that here is the man with the ball in hand. Now, by the way, we know that you do not have the graphics on your screen. I'll try to keep you updated as much as I can. But as of right now, the score after 1 over is 10 without loss. The man about to bowl from the southern end of the ground is Sanchit Sandhu. He's a pace bowler coming in now to bowl to Shine Jahangir. Looks to work it into the leg side. I believe that this is off the pad. Should see that indication here now from umpire Vishnu Pillai. No indication. So that's obviously off of the bat. So Sanchit Sandhu opening the bowling. I started saying that Obaspinar has been the strike bowler, the bowler with the best record statistically. Well, there is a man who is on the roster but who has not yet played because he's currently in the Caribbean, playing in the finals of the CPL this weekend. If the Kings 11 Dallas gets through to the playoffs, they will have Ali Khan for the remainder of the playoffs. That is tremendous incentive to at least do what you need to do to get through to the next round, because the game obviously gets a lot easier if you bring in a bowler who's capable of bowling at 90 miles an hour. You bring that bowler in and it changes things tremendously. So as of right now, I would say on balance, this team, the Kings 11 Dallas, are a much stronger batting side than they are a bowling side. And I think that it will be proven throughout the day. Down the leg side, but luckily at least for the bowler, that doesn't get away from wicketkeeper Unmuk Chand. By the way, Unmuk Chand with the gloves today. Yesterday, exact same team as today, with the big exception that Unmuk Chand has the gloves. Yesterday, it was Andreas Gauss who donned the gloves, fresh up from his work with the CPL. But Unmuk Chand takes over the glove duties for today. Currently, Andreas Gauss is out sweeping on the offside. 2 men allowed outside the circle. They're both square of the wickets. And we'll see exactly how Sanchit Sandhu does here the rest of the way. Looks for the big slash. No deliveries. Actually, 3 deliveries, I believe, remaining. Again, bear with us. We are operating slightly in the dark. We do not have this full scorecard capability yet, so everything I tell you right now is unofficial. Unofficially, the score is 10 without loss, and there are 2 balls remaining in over number 2. What I can tell you is that the batters, Smith Patel and Shine Jahangir, are both very dangerous, and there's evidence of danger. Lofted in the deep and goes for 6. That is the danger we're talking about. Both of these batters are extremely, extremely dangerous, and they can take you. You cannot bowl that length. That is a sit up and hit me please length, and taken full toll off by Smith Patel. So unofficially, I believe 1 ball is left in the over. 16 runs already on the board. And here's the delivery coming up here from Sanchit Sandhu. Driven. This is Andrea Gauss in the deep. They'll look for 2. No, they will not look for 2. Great fielding by Andrea Gauss to cut off that additional run. So a single closes things out in over number 2 unofficially. Oh, we have action at the bottom of your screen. Wait till the scorecard catches up. Unofficially, I have 17 without loss. So quick look at the teams here. That top 4, top 5 is very dangerous. Smith Patel, Karshik Gomel, Arjun Mahesh, Harmeet Singh, and Cheyenne Jahangir. That's not obviously in batting order, but their top four, to include Akarshit Gomel and Harmeet Singh, is about the most dangerous in the league. And so we do have a full scorecard now. So officially the scorecard is 18 without the score is 18 without loss. Single here to start over number 3. Oba Spinar back in for his second over. So it appears as though everything is all in order and we are ready to go for full afternoon/evening's worth of cricket. Choosing to bat first, Xforia Giants off to a relatively fast start. And the scorecard, we'll get caught up on that in a second. Big hit over mid wicket for 6. Oh, that bangs off of the Major League Cricket sign. Cheyenne Jahangir continuing to do what he does, picks up right where he left off last night. That is a murderous shot. Look where this lands, right off of the facing of that building in the background. And by the way, the scorecard says a Gomel. That is not Akarshit Gomel. That is Cheyenne Jahangir. And so hopefully that will get corrected as soon as possible. But whether it's Akarshit Gomel or Cheyenne Jahangir, that ball was off the middle of the bat. And Oba Spinar, after his first over went for 10, has already conceded 7, 2 deliveries into his second over. Things becoming more and more difficult. And this is feeling, oh my goodness, served into the offside. Effortless for 6. You have got to be kidding, Cheyenne Jahangir. Look how effortless this shot is. Absolutely brilliant. Scores heavily typically in that extra cover area, but at least usually he tries to hit 6s. This is simply a lofted off drive that flies all the way. There's a signal confirming with umpire Karthik Nachimutu that did carry all the way for 6. And this is starting to feel exactly like yesterday did. Quicker delivery. Look out here. Boy. So we may take some time to compare the start yesterday to the start today, because this is starting exactly in the way that last night's game did, with this pair of Cheyenne Jahangir and Smith Patel. They look extremely dangerous. And look at this. I'll tell you what. Oba Spinar is actually now just bowling medium pace. He is not trying to drift the ball. He's not trying to spin the ball. He's bowling medium pace off of about 3 or 4 steps. Because if you allow any drift, any turn, these two, particularly Cheyenne Jahangir, will be very dangerous. Look at that shot. You have got to be kidding me. A reverse sweep that goes away for 4. That is the last ball of over number 3. The fast start continues. That wry smile on Oba Spinar's face tells the story. Look at this. Again, he's just bowling medium pace. And Cheyenne Jahangir with the reverse sweep, effortless, just opening the face and running it off the face of the bat, goes away for 4. That is 35 runs after 3 overs. The fast start continues. We'll talk about the fast start. Last night, after 3 overs, it essentially looked very similar to what it did here. The first over went for 7, second over went for 12, third over went for 10. So that's 29 after the first 3 overs yesterday. The first 3 overs today have yielded 35 runs. So we've actually improved on that pace, and it is essentially developing in exactly the same way that last night's game did. Again, bearing in mind that the Dallas Xforia Giants won the toss and chose to bat first. So they want to put the pressure on the Kings 11 Dallas. If you ask me, and I think I said this earlier, the Kings 11 Dallas is a power-packed side. but I think it's fair to say that they're a better batting side than they are a bowling side. Missing one important bowler, that is Ali Khan, currently playing in the CPL. If you get Ali Khan back, and after this weekend he will be available, but you get Ali Khan back, things go much better for you. You add a strike bowler. It's a good piece of fielding. That is Adam Khan in that short mid-wicket area. But if you don't win today's game, it does not matter. Today, again, is a do-or-die match. The winner of this game represents the Central Division in the playoffs. The playoffs are going to be played in Morrisville, North Carolina. That starts not this coming Monday, but the following Monday. The teams in the Central Division, there are 8 of them. Of those 8, only 2 get to the playoffs. As of right now, the playoffs were to start at this very second. The representatives would be the Chicago Kingsmen, who are clear at the top of the lineup of the division, and the Dallas Xforia Giants. The Metroplex Tracers are in 3rd place, but they are done. Kings 11 Dallas in 4th place, tied on points with the Metroplex Tracers. If Kings 11 Dallas wins, they jump to 14, make that 12 points, and they get into that 2nd place position. If they do that, if they lose, then it's all academic, because it's the Dallas Xforia Giants who will go through to the playoffs along with the Chicago Kingsmen. So needless to say, an absolute lot to play for. Sanchit Sandhu is the bowler, bowling now from the southern end of the ground. This is his 4th over, and this is turning into a much better over. In fact, there's just 1 ball left in this over, and only 1 run has scored so far. So this feels like a much better fight back, and I suspect you may not see Oba Spinar again after this over. An over with only 1 run scoring in it. This is brilliant stuff from Sanchit Sandhu. End of over number 4. The score is 36 without loss. So 36 without loss. Amshi De Silva is the bowler. Bowling over number 5. Amshi De Silva is a medium pacer. About the same pace as Sanchit Sandhu. So Oba Spinar's first 2 overs, very expensive. First one went for 10, second went for 17. So he's bowled 2 overs for 27. And the overall scoring rate as of this stage is 180. Is 9. That projects to a score of 180. But that 9 and over has come down tremendously because of the very excellent over bowled by Sanchit Sandhu in his previous over. So that pulls things back a little bit in the direction of Kings 11 Dallas, and Amshi De Silva looking to see if he can capitalize here. Skied in the deep, and it goes all the way in the seats of a backward point. Well, if you're going to keep Shayan Jahangir and Smith Patel quiet, about the last ball that you want to bowl is that one. Short, wide, 6. Any batter in this tournament will put those away, and you'd want to see that ball a lot fuller, and you'd want to see it on off stump. That type of a delivery is one that if you bend down and pray on your hands and knees for a delivery to get into your innings, that will be it. Very wide, very short, and helped over a backward point for 6. Smith Patel now moves up to 24 from 14 balls faced. Shayan Jahangir 18 from 11. The fast start continues. 42 without loss. Remember, yesterday's first wicket partnership between these two went for all of 152 runs. That's a little better in terms of, in fact, a lot better in terms of the length. The line he overcorrected was a little bit straight, worked around the corner for a single. But look, at this stage of the innings, anytime you get a single, that would be more than worth it. Look at that ball again. Look where that ball was. Look how wide. We might be able to get another look at that. It was exceptionally wide. Had he not played that shot, Smith Patel, it may have been adjudged wide. But maybe after the over, or maybe after this next ball, we'll take a look at that delivery again. Sliced away, diving effort at backward point, can't get to it. It runs away down the hill. Just for a split second, I thought that backward point would be in business. Almost had a chance for a catch there, but Cheyenne Jahangir lives to fight another day. If we have the chance to go back to that previous delivery, the overs are moving relatively fast, so it becomes difficult to find everything that I want to point out. But the bottom line is, the bowling as of right now is lagging far behind the batting for the Kings 11 Dallas. And I fear that they may be digging themselves a hole. What an elegant stroke. Effortless for Smith Patel. And it goes away through cover for yet another boundary. This was not a very bad delivery. The line was a lot better. If anything you could criticize about the line, it was a little too wide, maybe just a touch too wide. And you see on that delivery, it was swinging away. There's some outswing there. And so he played with the swing, Smith Patel, and found the gap on the offside. You're still inside the power play, so certainly there is an opportunity to score in the deep. There's no fielder sweeping on that side of the field. You still have another 8 balls remaining inside the power play. So have to be tight, have to be on off stump. What happens here? This is going down to deep third. That's a single. Fielder down at deep third is one who cleans that up. But I'll tell you, they've gotten off to a really fast start yet again. And with 13 runs already from this over, you've gotten yourself now to within 1 of 50, and you still have not gotten out of the power play yet. So the fast start, this feels really like yesterday's match felt. And you put a lot of runs on the board, and then the Kings 11 Dallas were running uphill all night trying to chase it. Great delivery here to finish. That's the ball that he needed to bowl to start his spell. Does it well here. 13 runs come from the over, though. End of 5, 49 without loss. So Sanchit Sandhu will continue. Bowled overs 2 and 4. His first over that he bowled went for 8 runs, but the 4th over, meaning the second one that he bowled, only went for a single run. And so 2 overs for 9 runs total when 5 overs have cost 49. That tells you that he is the one, as at least of right now, who's pulling things back. Oh, that's clipped through Adam Khan at first at a short mid-wicket, and it's going to run away down the hill. Ali Sheikh, if he can't get to it, nobody can. It goes away for 4. I want to see how close that got to Adam Khan at short mid-wicket. It feels like a delivery that was just to his left, and he couldn't quite get down in time. Ali Sheikh, about the best fielder. I always say this, best fielder in the country for me. But if he cannot get to that, then let's just say nobody could. So that boundary brings up the 50. You are 1 delivery into over number 6, and you are already with a 50-run partnership to start the game. This again is measuring up almost exactly like the way that last night's game went. Great delivery, that one. If you can bowl that ball 4 more times, that's what Captain Corey Anderson wants to see. Look where this pitch is. That was the one that was clipped away for 4. And then a couple of shots into the leg side. On balance, you like where you are right now if you are the Dallas Xforia Giants, because this feels almost identical to the way that yesterday's game started. After this over, we'll compare power plays from both days. Another great ball. Absolutely brilliant. So the first ball was full and straight, clipped away for 4. The next 2 are on the perfect length, pitching just short of driving length, and then moving away off the seam. That consistency is what you want to see from your bowlers, and Sanchit Sandhu, at least on the last 2 deliveries, has found it. Now, if you are Smith Patel, what you might consider doing, because he's intentionally leaving it short of driving length, Smith Patel could potentially hop down the pitch to try to shorten the distance between him and the ball. That's certainly something he could try. Great delivery again. Bang on target, 3 straight dots. And this, for me, is much, much better. Partnership is building. It's at 53. Your 3 deliveries remaining in over number 6. But with the batting lineup that the Xforia Giants have, Shayan Jahangir, Smith Patel are 1 and 2. Akarshit Gomel is tremendous. Harmeet Singh is tremendous. And there are other options coming that if you don't start taking wickets, and that another ball goes by past the outside edge, if you don't start taking wickets, then this game becomes much shorter. Shorter in the sense that the batters who come after this pair, opening pair, can play with much more freedom. They can play with much more autonomy, and you can expect that they'd be a lot more adventurous. And that's where you get in trouble as a bowling unit. And again, a bowling unit that is missing at least one tremendous cog in Ali Khan. And what do you do here? You're going to have to challenge at some point this opening pair. Stroked to Obaspinar. Takes a shot. And tell you what, conceded a boundary from the very first ball, but closes excellently. Sanchit Sandhu, 5 straight dots to close the power play. End of over number 6, 53 without loss. So the score is 53 without loss. At the end of the power play yesterday, the score was 63 without loss. In fact, check that. The score at the end of the power play was 70 without loss. So as fast a start as they've had here, and they're looking very dangerous, Smith Patel and Shayan Jahangir, they are actually right now falling slightly behind the pace that was set in yesterday's game. So just as a reminder, yesterday the Dallas Xforia Giants batted first. They got to 192 for 4, but for much of that match, they appeared to be well behind. They appeared to be on pace to get something well north of 200. For a while, their projected score was about 240. Good bowling pulled them back towards the back end of the innings. But as of right now, as Amshida Silva is the one into the attack, as of right now, they have essentially fallen behind the pace that was set behind their own pace, put it that way, that was set in yesterday's game. Yes, there are no wickets down. Yes, this pair is absolutely brutal. Yes, you still have the Arjun Maheshes and the Harmeet Singhs and the Akarshit Gomels to come still, and Parvesh Ahuja can come in and throw his bat around, so can Kamal Pasi. Rohan Raja is also dangerous. But it just feels just like there's a little bit of a difference in the way that the last couple of overs have gone and in terms of how this overall game has progressed. 4 straight, make that 3 straight dot balls by Amshi De Silva here to start over number 7. And even though you like the fast start, it just appears that the overall run rate is slowing down a little bit. It is down now to 8.15. The projected score based on that run rate is 163. 163 does not sound very much like a winning score, especially with the batting firepower that the Kings 11 Dallas has. But again, you're in a situation where both of these batters are very dangerous. Neither of them would feel any pressure, and they can accelerate at any time. So you still have to bowl the way you need to. Look at that. Cheyenne Jahangir bangs this one off of the fence in the expensive seats. Yet another 6. So 3 dot balls in a row, but then the 4th ball was essentially a long hop. Look where this ball lands. I said a long hop. That's a little harsh. But Cheyenne Jahangir is so good, it was maybe marginally straight. And if you don't get the ball exactly where you want it to Cheyenne Jahangir, he will absolutely punish you. He's now up to 25. Yesterday, he scored a big 100 right here in the stadium. And look at this again. Just pivoting, opening himself up and helping himself to 6 runs over wide, long on, almost like cow corner. Amshi De Silva may want to switch directly to Yorker mode here. Oh, he goes short, and I'll tell you he got away with that, because that is the type of delivery that Cheyenne Jahangir feeds on. It's adjudged as a wide, and he may consider himself lucky that Cheyenne Jahangir did not get any bat on that, because it's the type of shot that goes all the way for 4 or for 6. So outside of the power play, you can have as many as 5 in the deep. You have Sanchit Sandhu down at fine leg. You have Andres House at square leg, backward square leg really. And deep mid wicket, you have Ali Sheikh. So it is very possible that bowling short may just be a plan, but I don't know that I like that plan, especially not to Cheyenne Jahangir. Slower delivery. That's well bowled. Ali Sheikh in the deep. You will not take him on. And so you accept that type of a result if the alternative is being knocked out of the stadium for 6. So last ball coming up here. Over number 7 has gone for 8. You have overall a really well bowled match. Just 1 wide, and that 1 wide is the previous delivery. And mostly as of this stage, you have the ball flying out of the stadium. 5 4s and 5 6s inside over number 7. Down the leg side it goes for, oh, in fact it was runs, I believe. You saw the reaction of Unmuk Chan there. A little bit of frustration. 2 straight, and that goes away for 4. Look at this. Yeah, certainly 2 straight. And look at Unmuk Chan here. Says, please, could you please give me the ball on off stump, Amshi De Silva. From that line, you're not going to get any batter worth his salt out. End of over number 7. The score is 6-5 without loss. Well, top right of your screen, that is a very high-level meeting of the board of directors, if you will. That is Oba Spinar, Corey Anderson, the captain on the right, Ali Sheikh, Unmuk Chand, Sanchit Sandhu. That is your brain trust. And what are they trying to come up with? I think they just tried to tell Sanchit Sandhu, look, this is your last over. You've already bowled 3. We're going to need you to bowl another one. We need to keep this pair quiet. And it's a bit of a gamble. In fact, it's a very big gamble, because Sanchit Sandhu has been the best of the bowlers so far. Second over that he bowled. The first over was expensive, went for 8 runs. The second over only conceded 1 run. Then his third over only conceded 4 runs. So 5 runs conceded from his last 12 legal deliveries. You have 1 over of his left. You're spending it here. It's a bit of the roll of the dice. Down the leg side, did that come off of anything? No, it did not. Umpire Vishnu Pillai says that that's a wide. And the reason why I say you're rolling the dice is because, of course, you're limited to 4 overs per bowler. Most teams with their strike bowlers will bowl them for 2 overs up front, maybe even 3, but you have to hold back 1 over. Usually they'll bowl that last over somewhere between the 18th and the 20th overs when the teams are essentially going for broke at the end of the innings. If you are bowling your best bowler, at least on the day right now, and that stroke down the ground should just be a single. Obaspinar is excellent in that area. But what you're saying is this. We feel so desperate. We are conceding so many runs that even at the risk of not having you at the death, we need to be able to contain the runs now. It's, again, a big gamble for me. I'd certainly want to keep 1 over from my best bowler on the day in my back pocket. Choosing not to do that, so we'll see exactly how well it plays out here. Worked into the leg side here. They may, well, thought for a split second they might look for 2, but choosing not to. But he's starting out very well here, Sanchit Sandhu. So 3 overs, or 3 balls bowled in this over. 3 legal balls. He has conceded. In fact, it's 2 legal balls, my apologies. So only conceded 3 runs so far. 2 singles off the bat plus that wide. You still have 4. So how do you approach the remaining 4 deliveries? Do you switch to Yorker mode? Try to get under the bat. Oh, that is a great take by Unmuk Chand. It goes for a wide, but you save 4 more runs. If Unmuk Chand does not save that ball, it goes away for 4 additional runs. But still 4 legal deliveries left. So what do you do here? Don't know exactly what he was trying to do, Sanchit Sandhu, but you have to get yourself in the position where you're not giving away free runs. Thankfully, at least from the standpoint of Kings 11 Dallas, Unmuk Chand saves 4 of them there. In the air, nobody. Well, actually, you do have a fielder out there in the deep. Just clipped away for a single. So the fast start yet again continuing. Smith Patel, 39 from 25. Shayan Jahangir, 28 from 20. 70 runs on the board. Your 3 deliveries into over number 8. And so, boy, some worried Kings 11 fans around. Some excited looking Xforia Giants fans. Good delivery. That's a good piece of athletic fielding too to his own bowling. So easily for me the best bowler on the day, Sanchit Sandhu. The last 2 coming up here. See that signal from umpire Vishnu Pillai indicating exactly that. So you're down to the last 74 balls of the innings. Sanchit Sandhu only has 2 legal balls left to bowl in the day's play. Down the leg side, yet another brilliant save by Unmuk Chand. No signal from umpire Vishnu Pillai. So let's see, did that flick something on the way through? It may have. No, it just goes as a single. Interesting. So apparently might have come off the bat, in which case he's really lucky there, Sanchit Sandhu, because any more bat on that and it gets past Unmuk Chand and goes away for 4. Here's the last ball in his spell, Sanchit Sandhu. Back to the bowler, brilliant spell. Absolutely brilliant spell. 6 runs coming from that over, which means that, my goodness, you have used up your best bowler for the day. His figures, none for 19. The none doesn't bother you so much. The 19 is what's important. And at the moment, you're looking for somebody else to put their hand up and be a Sanchit Sandhu. End of over number 8 score is 71 without loss. Ali Sheik into the attack. You saw him in the field earlier. He is now bowling. And I'll tell you what, you don't mind Ali Sheik being into the attack for one main reason. Ali Sheik is a left-arm orthodox bowler, and he turns the ball away from the right-handed batters. So you have two imperious right-handed batters at the crease. You would think that Ali Sheik would be a natural at this point to give the ball to. In the air, back to Ali Sheik. He will never drop that. How big a wicket is that? That is the end of Cheyenne Jahangir. 7-1 for one. Make that 72 for one. Oh, how big a wicket is that? He is coming off of a century yesterday. He was looking very dangerous. And all of a sudden, he chips one back to the one man on the field who will not drop this. A leading edge. There you see. He was looking to play it away on the leg side. Ali Sheik, absolutely brilliant. You don't anticipate him dropping that. You don't think, look at the intensity in his face. That is how important it is to him. That is a big wicket. That is tons of runs that will not be scored today from the back of probably the most informed batsman in the side. Cheyenne Jahangir is dismissed. That is a huge, huge wicket. And how much of a difference does that make in the calculus for this match? 72 for one. Akarshit Gomel is your new batter. And the change to Ali Sheik has worked perfectly. Boy, the worried faces around the ground that you saw wearing the maroon or the purple and blue Kings 11 uniforms are all just a little bit more relaxed right now. Akarshit Gomel, an extremely, extremely dangerous batter. And historically, I've said this in the past, historically he's been one of their best batting. I would actually say in the last several years, he has been their best batter. So Cheyenne Jahangir has come along and been absolutely brilliant this season. But Akarshit Gomel is as dangerous a batter as Cheyenne Jahangir is. So you won't see Cheyenne Jahangir anymore except for when he's in the field. But Akarshit Gomel now joining with Smith Patel, who, by the way, is 41 from 28. So exceptionally dangerous. And he might just feel the need to try to change the conversation. There has been a switch in the momentum in the last couple of overs. Back to the bowler himself. No run. So intensity is what you saw in Ali Sheik's face, because you know that under the circumstances where the winning team gets into the side, oh, what happens here? Wanted to go for the big hit. The arm ball is what that was. It came off the inside edge. Look at this. It's an arm ball. Drifting in. Look at this. Drifting in from outside and then just goes on with the arm. Boy, it is the type of delivery that sometimes just trickles onto the leg stump. Down the ground. What a brilliant over this one from Ali Sheik. Pulls his team out of a really tricky spot. Maybe they're not quite out of it yet, but you like exactly the way that this has gone. Look at this. Couple of highlights. Cheyenne Jahangir and Smith Patel opening up with, of course, another brilliant partnership. And you know that they get the type of bowling that they can score off of. They're very dangerous. But coming up in a second, you'll see that wicket from Ali Sheik. And that wicket, to me, has made a very big difference in the way that the match has gone. Look at this. Leading edge, looking to turn it onto the leg side, and look at the reaction. That tells you what you want to know. So, the score after 9 overs, 75 for 1. And in speaking about bowlers who take the ball away from right-handed batters, you now have a leg spinner, Adam Khan. He's a youngster. He's a U21 player. He's a young leggy, and he turns the ball away from the right-handed batters. It is important to use your leg spinners here. You also have Sahib Malhotra, different type of leg spinner, but still turning the ball away from the right-handers. The reason why it's important to do that now is because when Harmeet Singh comes into bat, Harmeet Singh is a left-handed power hitter, and a left-handed power hitter wants to face a leg spinner because the ball, while turning away from right-handed batters, turns into a left-handed batter, and that is meat and drinks for somebody like Harmeet Singh who's looking to swing big on the leg side. So, a really interesting passage of play here. A dot and then a single to start over number 10. This feels like momentum has switched back in the direction of Kings 11 Dallas. Overall scoring rate is 8.14. 8.14 for me doesn't quite tell the story. In fact, I missed it. The very first ball of this over was adjudged to be wide. My apologies. Very full, struck past Corey Anderson, short cover, and a lot of work for Angel House. 2 runs more to the total. So you've gotten yourself in a tricky situation here. 79 runs on the board. It feels like this one can go either direction because take 2 or 3 quick wickets and then the proverbial cat is amongst the pigeons. But if Akarshit Gomel and Smith Patel can put on a big partnership, then you can get essentially the type of innings that will trouble the Kings 11 Dallas side. So a lot to play for. Obviously, everything is on the line, as we talked about already. The winner of this game is in the playoffs. The loser is not. And Adam Khan is bowling well here. Straight down the ground. And that is Ali Sheikh. Just look for the hot corners. If you want to see where the ball is likely to go, look at the hot corners to see where Ali Sheikh has positioned himself, because he is brilliant anywhere on the field, but typically goes where the ball is most likely to go. This is going to be Adam Khan himself who has cleaned this up, but this is a good bowling change. Ali Sheikh came in, bowled 1 over, 4 runs conceded, and the big wicket of Shaheen Jahangir. Now, Adam Khan, 7 runs from his first 5 balls here in over number 10. I suspect that we'll have a brief water break immediately after this ball, but we'll see how it goes. This does feel like a shift in momentum, though. Swatted away into the deep, but directly to the field at square leg. 8 runs coming from Adam Khan's first over. Excellent stuff from the young leg spinner. Smith Patel is on 46. Akarshit Gomel is on 4. Make that 5. And the Dallas Xforia Giants are 83 for 1. Second half of the innings underway. Ali Sheikh with a brilliant first over. And anytime you can keep a batter like Cheyenne Jahangir on the bench, anytime that you can deliver a ball that finds the leading edge and then you take the catch yourself, you are in business as a bowling side. Turns around the corner here. So a couple of singles to start over number 11. This is really good stuff from the Kings 11 Dallas side in the last 5 overs, because you've essentially pulled things all the way back. They were looking to run away and hide earlier, but the bowling has been better. This one going down the leg side though, so you'll have to re-bowl that. 5 wides bowled in the inning so far. I think that you'll see evidence that when they get the ball in the right areas, they can be very difficult to score off in the last several overs. Into the deep, that is Rahman Dar. Rahman Dar patrolling the outfield. Does it very well and very fleet-footed. You'll see him with the bat later on, by the way. He is the leading batter statistically in the side. At least he was before yesterday's action. Didn't do so well with the bat yesterday, but still a very imposing type of batter. So 4 singles and a wide is what you've had so far in this over. Over number 11. Smith Patel is on 48. Akarshit Gomel is on 7. Partnership just building. It's up to 16. That's 5 singles and a wide. So 6 runs total from the over so far. You start looking ahead. Start looking to plan, how do the next 9 overs and 1 ball go? You're scoring right now at the rate of 8.2 runs and over. Make that 6 singles and a wide. 8.8, make that 8.18 runs and over is the scoring rate as of right now. That projects to 164. 164 for me does not necessarily sound like a winning score. So you may want to think about how to accelerate the rest of the way. 90 for 1 after 11. Well, I said the bowling has been good. The last 5 overs have gone for 37 runs. 37 runs to include a wicket, the big wicket of Cheyenne Jahangir. Just a little bit of controversy. Not exactly sure what the issue is, but it requires both umpires, 4 of the fielders and 2 of the batters. So exactly what is happening, I'm not exactly sure. Maybe we'll talk, or we'll let them work that out. In the meantime, let's just look at the overall division. In fact, we'll do that just shortly. So while the players sort this conversation out with the umpires, let's go to the overall the points table. As we mentioned earlier, the Chicago Kingsmen are at the top of the table. They have 14 points. They've played 6. Make that, they've played 8. I'm sorry, 9. There have been 2 no results, and they have won 6, lost 1. So 14 points. Dallas Xforia Giants, who are now batting, have 11. Metroplex Tracers with 10, Kings 11 Dallas with 10. So long story short, if Kings 11 Dallas win this game, they jump from 10 points to 12 points. They will jump over both the Metroplex Tracers and the Dallas Xforia Giants. If Dallas Xforia Giants wins this game, they solidify second place. No one else can catch them. And so it literally is winner goes on, loser stays home. Adam Khan continuing here. Off the back foot, pulled into the deep. That is Remandar. And he does well. So the bowling for me has been very, very good. It feels though like things have gone the way that you've wanted it to, and that is evidence of the shot that I'm talking about that you see from Akarshit Gomel. He can play that shot with regularity. And so if you get it too wide, especially if it's turning away, that is one that he can cash in on. So I'll tell you that the bowling has been good for the last several overs, but you do still have to close out strongly. In the deep again. Where's this go? 4 more. So this can become as dangerous as the opening partnership. This partnership now is up to 27. 99 runs on the board. Adam Khan bowled a very economical first over, but starting out expensive here. 9 from the first 3 balls of his second over. And here he is again. That's a better delivery. Just work down to the leg side. So how do you close this out if you're Adam Khan? You've already conceded 10 runs. Keeping it within 12 or so would be the target from here. Okay, that's going to be a single, and that single brings up the 100. So you're off to a fast start. You might just see the applause from the rest of the Xforia Giants in the dugout. Still not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination if you are the Kings 11 Dallas. My goodness, I will tell you, as of this stage, it can get out of control if you're not careful. That's a good close to the over. A couple of singles to calm things down. Akarshit Gomel will maintain the strike. That is the end of over number 12, 102 for 1. One or two for 1, last 8 overs coming up. By the way, if you've never been here to this Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium, it is a modern wonder, former baseball stadium. Several years ago, Major League Cricket purchased the stadium, ripped out the entire first level of mezzanine seats, and made it into a cricket stadium. It is spectacular. And the outfield is like walking across carpet. Head groundskeeper Dave Agnew has done an absolutely brilliant job. Everything about the stadium fits the bill. And if you don't take my word for it. Take the word of the ICC that had this stadium be one of the featured stadiums in the T20 World Cup a year ago. So Ali Sheikh back in for his 3rd over. This to me feels very much like you're biding time, because part of the calculus, of course, is trying to determine who will be bowling when Harmeet Singh comes in. And I keep harping on that because I think it's a big piece of the puzzle. This is catchable, or is it? No, it carries all the way for 6. effortless strike by Akarshit Gomel. He's now up to 25 from 14 balls faced. And this, for me, is a shot of class. Look at this. Drifting in. Look where he plays that shot from. That is from leg stump. That was actually a much better shot than I realized at the time. And it goes in now toward the opposite side of Oberspinar. So as I was saying, I don't know if we have the chance to look at that again, but that shot was played from a leg stump line, and it's not often that you see a shot played from leg stump line. The ball is drifting in, and you play it over the offside. So that's an example of the type of batter that Akarshit Gomel is. And now the runs starting to pick up again. The scoring rate now back up to 8.73. Projected score now 175. Made this point in the earlier game if you were listening. In this ground, in this season, the average score for the team batting first has been 190 or 192. So even though, as of this stage, you've scored 11 runs in over number 13, you have 113 runs on the board. Projected score right now is 174. So maybe you can make the argument that there's a slight advantage to the bowling side just based on that metric. But a lot of cricket still to play. Last 42 balls coming up, 113 for 1. $113 for 1 it is. And I said his name earlier. Other leg spinner in the side is Saeed Malhotra. He is somebody else who will take the ball away from the right-handed batters. And you want to get him into the attack as soon as possible. Similar to Adam Khan, because I keep harping on it. Harmeet Singh is a very dangerous hitter at the bottom of the lineup. Usually he comes in around this time, and if the ball is turning into him, he can clear any one of these fences. So everybody heads up as Saeed Malhotra takes his turn into the attack, bowling to Akarshit Gomel. Starting out with a single here. So Saeed Malhotra, for me, a different type of bowler than Adam Khan. Adam Khan much shorter, probably around 5'9" or so. Saeed Malhotra, I would estimate his height at about 6'3", 6'4", and doesn't necessarily flight it, pushes it through relatively quickly. And starting out here with a single and a dot, so for me, it becomes that much more important to get that ball in the right areas. He tends to be difficult to attack, but both of these batters are very, very dangerous. Reverse sweep, doesn't get it the way that he wanted to. Kind of a misfield backward point. I'm sorry, short third. But that is a shot that Akarshit Gomel and Smith Patel play very well, that reverse sweep. And in this scenario, nobody at deep third, you don't mind seeing them attempt that shot. Partnership now worth 43. Pulled away into the deep, just the one here, Ali Sheikh. So a quiet over underway. But this pair can certainly take a quiet over, and in 2 or 3 blows, you already have an over that concedes about 14 or 15 runs. So you have to be careful. Well played, and back to the bowler himself, no run. Saeed Malhotra, of course, the brother of Jaskaran Malhotra. Jaskaran Malhotra, the long-time U.S. wicketkeeper batter. Saeed Malhotra not quite gotten to that level in his career, but still a tremendous leg spinner and a useful lower-order batter at the same time. Cut away, and that gets through. That will get for 4. Oh, that spoils the over. Still concedes only 7, but he would have wanted backward point to stop that. So, end of over number 14. The score is 120 for 1. $120 for 1. Bowling options are going to be interesting to consider. 14 overs in the books. Syed Malhotra has bowled his first over. In terms of who bowls when, you still have 2 overs from Obaspinar, but he was expensive. 2 overs cost around 27 runs. Sanchit Sandhu, statistically the best bowler on the day, at least when he was bowling, is finished. He cannot bowl anymore. Ali Sheikh now bowling his 4th and final over, which means Amshi De Silva still has 2. And other luminaries who have that opportunity. You'll see that here shortly. We'll get back to those figures in just a second, because I think it's going to be important to see exactly how this develops the rest of the way. Ali Sheikh is after it. I think that you've seen the evidence. Boy, you really have the opportunity here to do something special. I don't see exactly how this goes the rest of the way, but I'll tell you, this is something that you'll want to see. Big hit. Catchable, is it? Oh, what an effort by Remandar. It's not a catch, but he saves 5 runs. Oh. So, had Remandar caught that ball and fallen over the ropes, it would have been 6. Look at this. Lofted into the air. And we'll get back to that in a second. Run out opportunity? No. But go back to that catch. Look at this. He's on the rope. And the importance of this, you have to take the catch in the field of play. And here, he catches it, but finds himself falling out of bounds, flips it back in to save 4 runs, or to save 5 runs, because the batters ran a single, but had he not done that, it would have gone for 6. So, excellent stuff. By the way, we didn't acknowledge it at the time. Smith Patel has reached his 50. Look at these strokes. Solid batting from Smith Patel. 59 from 47. He's helped himself to a few runs. This one here is delicious. Over the top for 6. And look, that one there might have been a better shot than the one that went for 6. Playing with the swing and also just playing shots all around the ground. This one very fine and also cutting the ball very well. Excellent batting so far from Smith Patel. And I think you've seen evidence that he might not quite be done yet. I didn't say that very well, but he may not be quite done, because his efforts in the field and with the ball are with the bat rather, absolutely tremendous. And what you'll see here as you get towards the back end of the innings, this is Syed Malhotra again. Oh, a lot of work, cuts it by the fielder at backward point, goes away for 4. Get back to Smith Patel in just a second, because you saw the effort here, going away for 4. So, the ball bouncing and turning, and I think you saw evidence there that he wanted to just put that one away. Didn't quite get the effort on it that he wanted to, but we'll see exactly what happens from here. But Saeed Malhotra, first ball goes away for 4. This is paddled around the corner. Yet more runs here. And so little by little, the momentum has swung back in favor of the Xforia Giants. Again, they slowed down tremendously. And in slowing down, I think you've seen evidence that they absolutely can run away and hide, if you will. They have the batting firepower to accelerate. In the air, is this catchable? Is it catchable? It is not catchable. Over the top of Obaspinar's head for 6. So you do not want to drop it short, and any one of these batters will hurt you. My goodness. And again, you've seen the batting from this pair. Oh, that didn't go anywhere near where he was looking to play it. But he'll get a few more runs here. 4 of them. So, Saeed Malhotra starting out with one very quiet over, but the second over is going for a lot of runs. This one is fortuitous, off the outside edge legitimately, but it all counts the same. It will look like a solid shot in the scorebook. So, last 3, make that last 2 balls coming up. A much more expensive over on the way here. 15 runs coming from it already. Worked away into the deep. So if you look at the way that this innings is developing, looking to see exactly how the last 4 overs are going to go. You're sitting at 140, and I'll see exactly, maybe we'll do some analysis after this over to see exactly how you might look at the end of this innings. But a long way to go, but it feels at this stage like 200, maybe the upper end of where they might get to. But then this pair batting still, you don't know exactly how they can do because they can run away from you. That is the end of over number 16. Last 4 coming up. They'll be interesting. 141 for 1. So Karshid Gomel, 42 from 24. He is a dangerous hitter. Talked about it before. Historically, one of the better batters in the side. This shot here is one that says you have to get the ball in the right area. Didn't quite mean that last one where it went, but I will tell you that this pair batting together can be exceptionally, exceptionally dangerous. So closing out the last over with a couple of singles, but 17 runs came from that over. So the last 4, you are at 141 with 4 overs to go. And this partnership, believe it or not, is worth 69 runs. Akarshit Gomel, 42 from 24. Smith Patel, 65 from 50. Each with 2 sixes. Smith Patel, 7 fours. Akarshit Gomel, 3. So for the innings so far, you've had 7 sixes, 11 fours. The run rate back up to 8.8. Projection based on that run rate is 176. And who is coming back into bowl here but Amshi De Silva? In the air, over the top of short, fine leg for 4. Oh, you cannot bowl that line. I like the Yorker length, but the line is too straight. If we could get a look at that last delivery and point out the line that was being bowled at this stage. Look at this. The line there is coming in. If we could get a good line, a good shot of that last play again. I want to see exactly. The line is going to be much too straight for me going in toward the pads. Any batter worth his salt can put those away. And so you're going to want to find that ball more on the line of off stump. You don't mind the Yorker length. That's good at this stage of the innings. That is good in terms of the length. Again, for me, the line is just a little too straight. And so he gets another couple of runs. If you bowl that length and then keep the ball on the stumps, maybe on off stump, maybe on middle stump, but you cannot have the batters playing across the line to that type of ball. You want them to be in a defensive posture when they're facing that ball. And if it's too straight going down the leg side, then you can easily play those away. You can easily get runs for those. So 2 balls into over number 17. You've already conceded 6. Smith Patel 71 from 52. Akarshit Gomel 42 from 24. The partnership is now worth 75. So it's eclipsed the first wicket partnership. Slower delivery. They may look for 2 here. They get 1 coming back for the second. Remandar is quick, but not even he can prevent that second run. So thinking, I started this conversation earlier about bowling partnerships. Who's going to bowl, not necessarily partnerships, but who's going to bowl the rest of the way? Well, Amshir De Silva is currently bowling. He's into his 3rd over. This is over number 17. So in theory, he could bowl over number 19. Over number 18 is, to me, going to be a bit of an issue because, in fact, 18 and 20. Obaspinar has 2 overs left. It's going to be very close. Not given his leg before. Amshir De Silva wanted that shout. And, in fact, I believe that came off the bat. That's why that was a judge, not out LBW. But back to the story about who is going to bowl when. Saib Malhotra has bowled 2 overs. He's been expensive, at least that last over. Look at this, going well down the leg side. And so I don't think there's anything wrong with that shout. In fact, not wrong with that decision. So Saib Malhotra, I don't know that you'd give the ball to a spinner here. Saib Malhotra's 2 overs have cost 24. Excellent Yorker. That's the length and that's the line. That's where you're trying to bowl. And if you can do that with the last ball, then your captain will be happy. But back to who's bowling when, because I think this is a big story. This is the 17th over about to be completed. The 18th you would think would be bowled possibly by Obaspinar. Amshir De Silva has 1 left, so you'd think he'd bowl number 19. Does Obaspinar bowl over number 20, or do you bowl it or give it to Adam Khan or Saib Malhotra? Down the ground, Obaspinar after it, and he will get there. Couple more runs to close things out in over number 17. Let's see the permutations of what happens next, because I will tell you this is going to make a big difference as to who does what the rest of the way. End of over number 17, 152 for 1. There is the answer to the question. Obaspinar, leading bowler in the side. And with the quick, that's a shot of the scorecard. Look at the bowlers. Obaspinar, 2 overs, 27. So he's been expensive. Amshir De Silva has 1 left. Sanchez Sandhu is done. Ali Sheikh is done. Adam Khan and Saib Malhotra have 2 remaining each. I don't know who bowls the 20th over. Obaspinar about to bowl 18, but if he goes for runs here, then in theory, you wouldn't want him to be bowling number 20, but he's a good bowler. So let's see if he pulls things back. This pair has damage on their minds. Let's see what happens here. It is going to be interesting. Slow through the air to Akarshit Gomel. So in that second over that he bowled Obaspinar that went for 17, essentially, past a certain point, he just started bowling medium pace, just pushing it through at pace. A little bit different approach here. Slowing it up. Smith Patel, in fact, that was Smith Patel who played the first ball. I'm sorry. Akarsh Gomel now on strike. 44 from 26. Let's see if he chooses the same approach. Ooh, he goes short and it's pounced down the ground. And, oh, if you are going to clear Sahib Malhotra, you're going to do a good thing. That goes all the way for 6. That is 50 for Akarsh Gomel. On the stumps, drifting down, and he drops it too short. You can't bowl that length. And Sahib Malhotra is a tall man, but that is over his head and goes for 6. And so this is what I was referring to earlier. Who is going to bowl number 20? If Obas Pinar goes for additional runs here, then it could present a quandary for Captain Corey Anderson. And speaking of Corey Anderson, obviously a world-class all-rounder, but he's been carrying an injury, and so mentioned a couple weeks ago that he would probably not be bowling, and so you've not seen him bowl at all, so he's not available. So let's see how well Obas Pinar closes things out. Oh, that length isn't not the best of length to bowl, and it gets put away for 4 more. So 12 from the over. An expensive day continuing for Obas Pinar, dropping this one too short and easily pouncing on it to Smith Patel. He now moves up to 79 from 56. And Obas Pinar wants to be fuller than that, maybe even Yorker length. Reverse sweep, straight to short third, and he's gone. Good catch by the substitute fielder, and boy, he did a lot of damage when he was there, Smith Patel, but he's now dismissed. Reverse sweep, I don't know that you needed to play that. I will tell you that a regulation sweep shot, a regulation cut shot probably gets 4 runs if you get it between those 2 fielders. So you can't criticize a man who has 79 against his name, but boy, a traditional shot for me is probably a better option there. So Obas Pinar has been expensive, but he has come back to take the big wicket of Smith Patel. Does that mean that he has bought himself the opportunity to bowl over number 20? The last ball coming up in over, make that 2 balls coming up in over number 18. 160, I'm sorry, 1 ball coming up in over number 18. 164 for 2 is your score. And the man whose name we called a number of times already will be coming to the crease. I believe it is Harmeet Singh. Wait for the scoreboard to get caught up here, but this, I believe, actually, just a second, not exactly sure. Yep, this is Harmeet Singh, and he is going to be, no, this is not Harmeet Singh. Okay, so slight difference in approach here. This is very interesting. Rohan Raje is the man who is at the crease. Harmeet Singh, I thought, would have been coming in at this spot, but he chooses to stay in the pavilion. It is a really interesting call. Let's see what Rohan Raje can do. In the air, is this catchable? No, it's not catchable. It is 6. Right down the ground, out of the middle of the bat. The first ball that he sees puts it over the top of the bowler for 6. So 18 runs come from over number 18. Obas Pinar's expensive day continues. You certainly like the fact that he's taken a big wicket, the big wicket of Smith Patel, but you've gone to the point now where he's already conceded way more runs than you're comfortable with. Your bowling options really are very limited, and this, you would imagine, would be Amshi De Silva, who bowls this last ball. Obas Pinar's 3 overs have gone for 45 runs combined. And who is going to be the bowler? Amshi De Silva it is, who will bowl his last over, over number 19. So for me, the eternal question is who is going to bowl over number 20? Obas Pinar, 3 overs, 45 runs. Do you give him the ball back and say, look, try to keep it under 10? You're a smart bowler, just keep them under 10 runs. But if that's not the option, then the other options would be Saib Malhotra and Adam Khan. In the meantime, here we are. Amshi De Silva back into the attack. In the air. And this goes all the way for 6. Rohan Raje with 6 from the first ball that he faced. And now Akarshik Gomel joining in the fun. By the way, we did not acknowledge it. Akarshik Gomel now over 50. With that 6, he gets to 57. 176 for 2 on the board, and you're getting into dangerous territory here because with 8 wickets in hand, this pair is going to be swinging for the fences. Rohan Raje with a strike rate of 600, 1 ball faced, 6 runs scored. And it is Akarshik Gomel, 63 from 30, so his strike rate is above 200. And you're continuing here with truly astounding results. Now, looking at the field, you certainly have long on and long off in position. Andreas Kraus was back on backward square leg on the ropes. He's now back to the right of the umpire. Think full and straight is what you're looking for here. That's exactly the plan. Full and straight and a wave and a miss. Boy, you don't mind seeing 4 more of those if you are the bowling side. Amshi De Silva is a good bowler, but he will know that you cannot allow these batters to get underneath. You cannot bowl any ball that they can get underneath because they can elevate that ball out of the stadium from any direction. So about the best ball that you can bowl here is a Yorker, and even if it ends up being a low full toss, so much the better. Full and straight, but this line is too wide. I said full and straight. I mean full, but the line is too wide. So he still has 4 legal balls to bowl in this over. And you're essentially gifting a few runs here. You've now had 7 extras for the day, 6 wides and 1 bye. It's still 4 overs. Make that 4 balls to go in this over. 10 overs to go in the innings. Remember, the team batting first in this tournament on this ground has averaged 192. That delivery there that I was talking about, or that you just saw, is what I was referring to. There's nothing wrong in these circumstances with a low full toss. A low full toss can be some of the most difficult deliveries to hit away for 6. And if you are getting a low full toss as a batter, it becomes difficult to get underneath it. For example, if it's maybe ankle height, knee height, then those will go for runs. Knee height or above, you can score off of those. But a low full toss around ankle height can be very tricky. Last 3 balls in over number 19 coming up. Good delivery. Goes past the outside edge. And the full and straight plan is clearly what they're looking at. You have long on, long off, deep cow corner, and deep point, and everyone else inside the circle, including short fine leg, including backward square leg, including short third. So the incentive is for the bowling to be full and straight. That's exactly what you're getting here from Amshi De Silva. Hammered away into the deep. A sweeper is out there. Can he get there? Yes, he does get there. 2 runs more. So you've been a little expensive. The first ball went for 6, but unbalanced for me. The plan to go full and straight at this stage of the innings is exactly what you need. And so you've gotten to the point now with 1 ball remaining in the over. 10 runs have already scored. And I go back to the question that I started this over with. Who is going to bowl over number 20? Do you give it to Oba Spinara again? Again, a brilliant cricketer, but he's been expensive today. 15 runs and over. That's going to be answered in the next delivery. Full and straight yet again. Unmuk Chand with the fumble. That's a direct hit. Excellent by Unmuk Chand. Oh my goodness. Not a clean pickup. And then Akarshik Gomel trying to steal a bye, but Unmuk Chand quick to pounce on that one and throw and hit the stumps directly at his end. So that is a wicket. Look at this. Doesn't collect cleanly here, but quickly onto it. And absolutely brilliant. Getting the wicket of Akarshik Gomel in about the most fortuitous of ways. You do not expect to get a wicket like that, but you will take that bonus all day, every day. So a wicket on the last ball. That is 180 for 3 is your score after 19. The last over coming up. So still no Harmeet Singh. The new batter is going to be Parvesh Ahuja. Rohan Raja 8 from 4. And going back to my previous question, who is going to bowl over number 20? Well, there's your answer. As you see the dugout for the Xforia Giants, congratulations for Akarshit Gomel on a brilliant innings. But that dismissal maybe just opens the crack a little, opens the door a crack just a little bit. And Oba Spinar will be bowling over number 20. Oh, that does not go where he was looking to play it, Rohan Raja, but he'll get 4 for it nonetheless. Oh, that is fortuitous. And sometimes if you're Oba Spinar, you might just throw your hands up and say, really, it's not my day. That ball in any other day feathers through to the keeper's gloves, or if there's a slip fielder in position, it gets to him chest height. On this occasion, it goes away for 4. Look at this. Certainly not looking to play. In fact, looking to play 180 degrees away from the ball, from where the ball actually went. Down the ground, more runs here. Maybe just one more run. Ali Sheikh patrolling the boundary down at long on. Last 4. This is starting out to be a much better over for Oba Spinar. Slow through the air, but too wide for the liking of umpire Vishnu Pillai. So it's changing speeds. The second delivery was pushed through at pace. This last one was tossed up. This one is again tossed up. Oh my goodness! And it goes away for 4. My apologies. It was not tossed up. It was pushed through at pace. Outside edge found. And short third was in the game for just a second, but not able to complete the catch. Look at this. Fired it through, and short third, oh, geez. Dying as it got to him. Didn't quite get to him in time, and he certainly, I think, could have taken that catch, but it didn't exactly get to him, and that, to add insult to injury, goes away for 4. So, with 1 ball remaining, make that 2 balls remaining, you have gotten out to that 192 score that we're talking about. 2 balls remaining, 191. Swipe and a miss. Last ball coming up. Batting first, Xforia Giants have 191 runs on the board. How do they close out here with Rohan Raja? 13 from 7. In the air, deep mid wickets. Couple bounces. They will come back for the second run, and they'll get there easily. Of course, they would have always been running. So 58 runs come from Oba Spinar's 4 over. He's had better days in with the ball than that. But at least 8 of the runs that have come from this last over, you could argue, should not have been runs. But anyway, big picture. Kings 11, Dallas have some work to do. Dallas Xforia Giants 193 for 3. If we look at the full scorecard, and we'll see that here shortly. Smith Patel and Shine Jahangir off to a fast start yet again. Smith Patel top scoring with 79, Shine Jahangir 28. Akarshit Gomel run out 58 from 31, and then Rohan Raja and Parvesh Ahuja at the end contributing valuable runs. For the bowlers, at the very top, again, an expensive day for Oba Spinar. Sanchez Sandhu, by contrast, had the best bowling figures of the day. 4 overs, none for 19. Amshad De Silva, 4 for 46. Ali Sheikh, 4 overs, 1 for 25. Adam Khan's 2 overs cost him 20. Saib Malhotra's 2 cost him 24. So the job is by no means done. Who has the upper hand? Look at these highlights. Seen a few of these already, but Smith Patel and Shine Jahangir starting out in such a fashion that I think got you in such a good position. The bowling came to the fore in the middle overs, but I think you've seen evidence, even as Smith Patel and Shine Jahangir hit out toward the back end of the innings, you saw the bowlers come back, but then the batters take over again at the back end. The last four make that the last 5 overs, 69 runs were scored. That is a good catch by Ali Sheikh. Akarshik Gomel coming in and throwing his bat around, as which you'd expect for him to do. 50 there for Smith Patel, and also 50 for Akarshik Gomel. That one down the ground was a clean hit. And of course, scoring shots all around the ground. But I think you will see evidence, as that one for me is a real drag down by Saeed Malhotra. A better ball there, but still put away for 4. And boy, goodness, you'd see a lot of effort from this pair. Karshik Gomel raising the bat. But with Smith Patel having been dismissed and then the Karshik Gomel holding out into the deep, you've seen that reverse sweep ending up in the hands of short third. But on balance, I think you've gotten to yourself in a good position here. Parvesh Ahuja throwing the bat at the last minute, and then this is a spectacular piece of work by Unmuk Chand to get rid of Akarshik Gomel. A couple of fortuitous edges in the last over to get a few runs. 15, make that 13 runs from Obaspinar's last over. So a lot of work to do, but the Kings 11 Dallas has a strong batting unit. I have no idea who's going to win this game, folks, but stick around for about 10 more minutes. We'll get the answer together. Oh, here we go. Kings 11 Dallas, if they want to get to the playoffs, have to score 194 runs in the next 120 balls. They are a loaded batting side. Remandar, Unmuk Chand are your two batters. Unmuk Chand, number one, with his back to you. Remandar appears to be the one about to take strike. Those are his lifetime figures in the minor leagues. For this season, Remandar has dropped to the second best batter in the side. Obaspinar takes over that mantle from him. Remandar, 204 runs on the season, an average of 29 doesn't exactly tell the type of batter that he is. High score of 61. Unmuk Chand, 163 runs on the season, high score of 65, average of 32, strike rate of 121. That man, Esan Adil, will be looking to keep them both in the yard. I can feel the electricity. Here we go. First ball. No ball to start with. Esan Adil typically comes very close to testing that front line. That popping crease, you can step on the line. Most of your foot can be over the line, but some part of your foot has to come down behind the line. Umpire Karthik Nachamutu immediately calling and signaling no ball. And so one of the worst things that you can do in a situation like this is to start out with a no ball, because this next ball obviously is a free hit. You cannot be dismissed from this next ball, save for a number of random ways, among them being run out. Free hit. Doesn't exactly get a hold of it, Remandar. And so it ends up being a leg by, actually. So the free hit ends up not really costing anything. So 2 runs on the board, 1 legal delivery bowled. Esan Adil is a brilliant bowler. I've said it a number of times. He typically tests that front line, the front crease, but obviously when he keeps his foot behind, he is a tremendous bowler. 6'5"-ish, 6'4", 6'5", somewhere around there. Delivers the ball from very close to the stumps and moves it off the seam in either direction. So both batters have to be aware of that ball dancing away from them. Unmuk Chand now facing him for the first time. Unmuk Chand, very, very stylish. Talked about the fact that he is the 4th leading batter in the side. Unmuk Chand, 163 runs on the season. 18 fours, 4 sixes, 150. That 50 was 65. And an average of 32. Unmuk Chand, the lead or the captain of the U19 team that won the World Cup, ICC World Cup in 2012. I'll say more about that shortly. Short delivery in the air, catchable. Oh my goodness! How big is this? The short ball does the trick. Unmuk Chand with the pull shot doesn't hit it cleanly. Shayan Jahangir down at backward square leg takes about the easiest catch that you can imagine. The first wicket is down. Unmuk Chand is dismissed without scoring. The Kings 11 Dallas are 2 for 1. Look at this replay again. Short ball into his body. Helps it around the corner, but does not hit it cleanly. Shayan Jahangir, one of 3 wicketkeeper batters in the side. The other 2 being Smith Patel, who's the man actually keeping today, and Arjun Mahesh. But if somebody's a wicketkeeper batter, you can probably assume that they have really good hands. You cannot expect for anybody to drop that worth their salt, and Shayan Jahangir has one of the safest pairs of hands. So look at this again. Pivoting, doesn't exactly play a full-blooded pull shot. Look at this. He just sort of helps it. That's not a full-blooded pull shot, and it hits high up on the bat. If we can see that again, because that tells a story. I don't know if we have the time to look at that one again. Look where this ball hits when we get the replay. If we happen to get that replay again, look where this ball hits. If you slow it down, ooh, going back, slowing down, and there. The ball is hitting the bat there. That is entirely too high to be able to play any sort of an aggressive shot. And so it hits high on the bat and it spoons into the outside or into the outfield. A simple catch by Cheyenne Jahangir. First blood to the Dallas Xforia Giants. The man who is at the crease, Andreas Gauss. And I'll tell you a backstory here, because when Andreas Gauss was dismissed yesterday, Yaqub Haidari, the young upstart fast bowler for the Xforia Giants, he's from Afghanistan. He's enthusiastic. He's fiery. He gave Andreas Gauss a send-off, and I'll talk about that in a minute. Down the ground for 4. So this goes to what the point I was trying to get to. Andreas Gauss, after having been dismissed, if you've ever played cricket, about the most upset that you can be is after you've been dismissed. And then to be dismissed and then have a young player who comes in your face and points you to the pavilion, that in many ways, and that's Yaqub Haidari right there. So you will see Andreas Gauss, I think, fired up to essentially take revenge. That's one of the backstories going into this innings that we'll pay attention to. Down the leg side, what a brilliant take by Smith Patel, and actually flicked the pad of Andreas Gauss, so no run there. Look at this again. This is a brilliant take off his thigh pad, and that saves 4 runs. My goodness, that is excellent work. So going in now to the last ball in over number 1. This feels like the game has been, or this innings has been about 5 overs old already, but it's only 5 deliveries old, at least 5 legal deliveries. 187 runs away from victory here, the Kings 11 Dallas. 9 wickets in hand, but they only have 115 balls left. No single there. Excellent stuff from Ehsan Adil. The big wicket of Unmukt Chand. That is the end of the first over. Kings 11 Dallas, 7 for 1. So the big man, Ehsan Adil, with a brilliant first over. Ignore the fact that he overstepped on the very first ball of the innings. You will accept that exchange. If you overstep once, it's an issue. But if in that same over you get Unmukt Chand dismissed, that certainly is an exchange I think that you'll make every day. So Rohan Raje will open the bowling from the river end, the southern end of the ground here in Grand Prairie. So 2 different philosophies in moving the new ball. The first is Ehsan Adil, who moves it off the seam. Rohan Raja does it with swing. Appeal, 4-leg before. Umpire Vishnu Pillai says no. We will see in a minute what umpire Vishnu Pillai saw. Look at this delivery. This is definitely bouncing too high. So that emphasizes, though, what I talked about. 2 different ways of getting the new ball to move. You can move it off of the seam. In other words, pitch it in such a way that it deviates after it lands. But you can move it in the air with swing. And Ehsan Adil is a seam bowler, moves it off the seam. Swing bowling is what Rohan Raja will give you. The ball swings into the left-hander away from the right-hander. Boy, did he get away with that. Got it too straight, got it too short, And any other day, Remandar puts that away for 4. Ends up just tapping a single to the aforementioned Yaqub Haidari. Want to make sure that you get that ball on the right line, because at that line you will get slaughtered. Remandar is too good a batter to not put those away, and I think you might just have been gifted an opportunity there if you are Rohan Raje. You want that ball to be on off stump. Now, interesting matchup here. He's bowling to Andres House, moving the ball away from him. Let's see how Andres House does. Andres House, a tremendous batter. Just absolutely. I said it yesterday. For my money, he's certainly in the top 5 of batters in the country. Look at this delivery again as we see the LBW shout. It's a good shout. It pitches on and straightens, but rising. And if anything, maybe it's kissing the top of leg stump, but I think a fair decision by umpire Vishnu Pillai. Hammered, oh, gets through short extra cover. It will go away for 4, but that is very close to being a catch. I want to see that again, because that was nailed by Andres House. But any other day, that sticks in the hand of Parvez Ahuja at short cover. Look at this. Hammered and just to his left, and he got down, got one hand to it, slowed it down, went away for 4. But the bigger story here is that that might just have been a drop. Oh, pay attention to that. A storyline developing. Clipped down to mid-on. That is Sankirth Batula. You'll see him with the ball later on in this innings. And I can absolutely tell you that the catches that he took in the field yesterday, 3 of them, the first of which dismissed Remandar, absolutely made a difference in the outcome of that game. So Andreas House put down a harsh drop, but it's a drop nonetheless. He was on 4 when he was dropped. And we'll see exactly how that plays itself out the rest of the way. Lovely shot by Remandar, but Sankirth Batula again in the way. That is the end of over number 2. An eventful over. Almost had a drop. Almost had a catch. Ends up being a drop. Rohan Raje with a good first over. 7 runs conceded. The score after 2 overs, 14 for 1. Essa Nadil, first over, went for 7, and he took the big wicket of Unmuk Chand. As a reminder, the winner of this game goes on to Morrisville, North Carolina. The loser stays home in Dallas. Remandar, content to pick up the singles at this stage. 3 from 6 for Remandar. Andres House 9 from 6. The required rate is imposing but not undoable. The required rate is 10.04. Started out at 9.7. And with the start, the actual run rate of 6.92, your required rate has gone up now to 10.04. So 10 runs and over the course of 18 overs is not easy, but the firepower that the Kings 11 Dallas have cannot be overstated. Remandar and Andreas House are at the wicket right now. Unmuk Chan has been dismissed, but I would think that the next batter in would be Corey Anderson, the captain. Absolutely brilliant batter, obviously played for a number of years for for New Zealand. and also represented the U.S. in recent years, including in the World Cup last year. Statistically, Corey Anderson is the third leading batter in the side. Then you have Oba Spinar, who is the leading batter in the side. As of right now, 208 runs on the season, high score of 51, average of 59, average of 41. Down the leg side, that's going to be 5 wides. Bonus runs. You'll accept all those gifts. You absolutely will accept the gifts. Andreas House looking to clip that one away in the leg side. Didn't get any bat on it, but it was too far down the line of leg stump. Look at this. Yeah, nowhere near, and no chance for Smith Patel to be able to collect that one. Hassan Adil with the double teapot there. But Andreas House and Remandar having a quick chat. I will tell you that things are going to be very difficult from this stage on, because there is the pressure. There's no question there is pressure building. And that pressure is because the loser of this team stays home here in Dallas. Both of these teams are based in Dallas. The winner goes to Morrisville, North Carolina for the playoffs. Appeal, half-hearted appeal. Not out. And so, in talking about the playoffs, Morrisville, North Carolina, very enthusiastic cricket central facility, not facility, but town. The town itself has embraced the idea of cricket coming to Morrisville. Playoffs start on Monday the 29th or Tuesday the 30th, one of the two. I'm not exactly sure, but I'll get those details for you shortly. But let's just say, not this coming Monday, possibly the following Monday, definitely by the next Tuesday is when the playoffs start. But in any event, the team who loses this game will be watching that series on TV. The team that wins this game will be in Morrisville to start the Super 8 portion of the playoffs. There are 4 divisions in minor league cricket. Those divisions are the East, the West, the South, and the Central. We are playing here in the Central Division, and the top 2 teams from each division go through to the playoffs. As of right now, 1 team is for certain in the playoffs from the Central, that is Chicago Kingsmen. The winner of this game is the second team in the playoffs. It is that simple. So, a long way to go, but anything can happen at this stage, and you get the sense that both of these teams are on tenterhooks. 5th ball of the over. Down the leg side, I'll tell you what, got away with it here. That is going to be leg buys, at least just 1 leg buy. That line that Hassan Adil is bowling in this over is not quite the best. The second ball of the over went for 5 wides, and then that last ball went for a single leg by, but very easily could have been put away for 4 had there been any bat on it by Andreas House. Remandar. What does he do here? 2.5 overs in the books. Hassan Adil, brilliant bowler, but pressure affects everybody, both the bowling side and the batting side. Here's the last ball, over number 3. Oh, good, sharp, short delivery. Remandar is immediately saying that he got bat on that. And umpire Karthik Nachamutu disagrees. It's another leg by to close things out in over number 3. 8 runs coming from the over. At the end of over number 3, the score is 22 for 1. Starting over number 4 here, it's again Rohan Raje. Rohan Raje, 1 over in the books. And maybe we get a chance to look at the bowling of Rohan Raje coming up very shortly. Mentioned that Rohan Raje is a swing bowler, and the advantage of being a swing bowler is that you get to swing the ball away from the right-hander but into the left-hander. So when Raymond Dar gets back on strike, Rohan Raje is bowling those in-swingers. Rohan Raje presents the opportunity from over the wicket to have that ball swinging in, threatening the stumps, and bringing LBW into play. So we'll see exactly how he goes the rest of the way here, but my goodness, this is going to be a really tricky chase. Let's see what happens here. Andreas Gauss in the air, and it's in the gap, and it's 4. You need several more of those the rest of the way, but the man with the bat in his hand who can do a lot of damage is Andreas Gauss. Look at this again. That ball is swinging. I don't know if we saw evidence of that. It was swinging, started going down the leg side, and swung back on toward the stumps. So Andreas Gauss playing essentially with a straight bat, a lofted on drive with a straight bat. But pay attention to that type of delivery, because it is the type of ball that if it's moving, it certainly can get you in 2 minds, and that potentially could be threatening. Over the top of extra cover. That is more what Andreas Gauss wants. He absolutely feasts on those. Outside off, swinging away, and he throws the bat at it. Comes off the middle of the bat. Look at this. Hammers. Oh, he hammers that ball, and it goes away for 4. So starting out relatively expensively here, Rohan Raje. So consecutive 4s to Andreas Gauss. 2 balls remaining here in over number 4. At the end of over number 4, Dallas Xforia Giants at 36 runs. As of right now, 31 on the board for Kings 11 Dallas. So they're at right now stride for stride, if you will. Mid-off, Harmeet Singh is in position, so no run there. But this is starting to feel very much like it is going to be a game that goes down to the wire. Tremendous firepower. I talked about the batters. Corey Anderson, Oba Spinar, Raymond Dar, and Andreas Gauss were at the crease. I did not mention the top scorer in yesterday's game, Ali Sheikh, who almost single-handedly dragged his team toward a really improbable victory. 62 from, I think, 24 balls. I'm going from memory. I may be off there exactly, but the bigger picture is that you have hitting all the way down the lineup. And even if you get to the point where you get past those, you have Saib Malhotra. Adam Khan can throw his bat. And even the batters, such as down at the end of the order, the bowlers, is what I meant, the Shar Saraikers and the Amshi De Silvas, they can throw their bat. So wait to see what happens. Do not go anywhere. This one I feel is going down to the wire. Andreas Gauss down the ground for 6. Oh my goodness. In the slot, and he drills it straight down the ground for his first 6, the first 6 of the innings. That is the end of over number 4. 15 runs come from it. And the score after 4 is 37 for 1. See that ball swinging, but it's swinging away and not threatening the stumps. Andreas Gauss only too happy to cash in on that. So, boy, you're getting that ball to swing, but if it's swinging away in such a way that it's not threatening the stumps, then essentially you're at the mercy of Andreas Gauss. Look at this, straight down the ground. This is what Andreas Gauss is doing so far. And again, he is a man who I believe is on a mission simply because he is, I think, smarting from that send-off that he got yesterday. This last shot is a shot of class, straight down the ground. And he, Andreas Gauss, is one of the stronger batters that you'll see anywhere So, you will see. Oh, here is the matchup. The man who is bowling now is the one who I referred to, who gave Andreas Kraus the send-off. It is going to be Jakub Heideri. He will not immediately be facing Andreas Kraus. Raymond Dar is the man on strike. Jakub Heideri played off the outside edge. I say outside edge. He intentionally guided it down to deep third, but here is the matchup that I think Andreas Kraus would have wanted. He is one of the leading batters in the country, as I've said already. He is a major leaguer. He's representing the U.S. as recently as in the World Cup last year, in addition to in the Tri-Series between Oman and Canada earlier this summer. And he, I think, would trade all of that in for an over where he gets about 30 from Jakub Heideri. So here is an interesting matchup. Down the leg side, it's going to be adjudged a wide. Jakub Heideri, we talked about him yesterday. Tremendous young talent, very enthusiastic. He's a U19 player, maybe 6'1", 6'2", somewhere around that range. Has good pace, has good control. He plays with his emotions on his sleeve. He's the type of player that if he's on your side, you absolutely love him. If he's on the opposition side, potentially he can get under your skin. But you need players of that magnitude in your side. So let's see how he does here. 5 balls remaining in his first over. Again down the leg side. Again a wide. And you want to get that ball in the right areas. You want Andreas Kraus to be playing you from the stumps, Jakub Heideri. So let's see exactly how he's able to make that adjustment. First 2 going down the leg side. Jakub Heideri from the World Cricket Academy, in our World Cricket Initiative Academy in Austin, 180 miles or so down I-35 from where we are right now. And originally from Afghanistan, a young, exciting player, has designs to play for the U.S. one day. Different assignment here. Goes past the outside edge. I think you've seen evidence that young Jakub Heideri has the goods. And he's been recognized as having the goods. Was a net bowler in the major leagues this past season because he's the type of bowler who can hurry the batter, has enough pace to hurry the batter. Not quite bowling as full, as all out right now as he ordinarily does. But I think Andreas Kraus is ready to essentially get revenge on yesterday's action. 4 balls remaining. Looks to work this one away, Andreas Kraus. This is, I believe, going to be a leg bye. No, it actually came off of the bat. No signal from umpire Karthik Nachimutu. So Andreas Kraus now moves up to 24 from 17. Raymond Dar, almost an afterthought in this inning so far, came into yesterday's action being the leading batter in the side. Lost that honor to Obaspinar as of yesterday, but still tremendous, tremendous batter. And let's see exactly what he can get going here against young Jakub Heideri. Not quite timing this one right properly, Raymond Dar. 6 from 10, just taking a little bit of time to get going. You, as of right now, have 42 runs on the board with 2 balls remaining in over number 5. At the end of over number 5, the Dallas Xforia Giants had 49 on the board for the loss of no wickets. So you're a little bit behind by that standard. But big picture, you're looking at the overall required rate versus the actual rate. Actual rate is 9 runs and over. The required rate is 9.91. Down the leg side, yet another loose delivery that he'll have to re-bowl Jakub Heideri. And to make matters worse, Not collected cleanly by Smith Patel, and they run for a single. So you've had 7 runs score in this over already. 4 of them have been via wides. And with the right-hander on strike, Andreas Haus, he has gone down the leg side a number of ways or a number of times. Now with the lefty on strike, Remandar, let's see if he can find the right line. Obviously, it becomes difficult when you're bowling to a lefty and a righty at the same time. And so let's see what he can get done here. 2 balls remaining over number 5. Looks to try to slash this one away. Nothing off the bat yet. Well, a couple of runs off the bat, but nothing significant off the bat. I'll put it that way. Last ball coming up. 7 runs from the over already. A square 150 runs is what you need the rest of the way from 15.1 overs. So your required rate is 9.89. You're in and around the right areas in terms of the runs needed versus how quickly you're scoring. And with the firepower to come, I keep saying that you sort of fancy your chances, but it will not be easy. This is a good bowling attack. Boy, Remandar misses out on that one. He was looking to send it into the seats at deep mid-wicket. Only a single, though. So 8 runs coming from the over. Even with the 4 wides, still just 8 runs total. So that is the end of over number 5. The score is 45 for 1. Sankirth Batula will be into the attack. And his impact on the game yesterday cannot be overstated. If you look at the figures that he had, it essentially puts you in the position of understanding that his skill level is not limited to bowling. Remandar in the air over Harmeet Singh's head. They'll just get 1. That could have very much been a wicket on the very first ball. So talked about the fact that he had a good impact on the game yesterday. Won by 20 runs. The Metroplex make that the Dallas Xforia Giants. But when Kings 11 Dallas batted, Sankirth Batula 4 overs, 2 for 31, but the impact for me that was most impressive is that he took 3 catches. The first catch over his shoulder to dismiss Remandar for 2, caught Unmuk Chand for 10, and then later on took Oba Spinar for 14. So 3 huge catches to get rid of 3 huge batters. And that for me is as impactful, probably more so impactful than the 2 wickets that he did get. So bowling wise, by the way, he is statistically the best bowler for the Xforia Giants. 9, make that 8 wickets, economy rate of 8.06. Very wide here. Signal is wide. So best bowling of 3 for 26, strike rate of 12, average of 16. That average is excellent. Probably a little bit more expensive than it ordinarily would be. But my goodness, I'm telling you, it's going to be a tricky portion of the innings. And as of right now, still no idea who's on top. Slammed away into the deep, but there is protection there. That is Cheyenne Jahangir. So you're doing it essentially in singles at this stage. Sankirth Batula coming in to bowl here over number 7. Make that over 6, the last over of the power play. And your choices now become relatively straightforward. Let me tell you what I mean by that. In the air, this is going to be clearing the infield and going away for 4. So Remandar looking to accelerate here, planting the front foot, going down the ground, dragging this one from outside the line of off stump. So it was outside, and ordinarily he would play that shot toward long off, but he chooses to go down the ground over the top of long on, or of mid on rather, dragging it in that direction. So a long way to go, but it just feels that with that shot 50 up, that Remandar is just now starting to warm up. Goes past the outside edge. 2 balls remaining. You see that signal from umpire Bishnu Pillai. So Sankirth Batula, 4 balls bowled in this over. Conceded 7 runs already. Remandar now 12 from 15. Andreas Gauss, 25 from 18. And by the way, you've now reached the 50-run partnership between these two. Looks to work this one away on the offside. Can't get any bat on it. Or at least can't get it off the square, if you will. 1 ball remaining here. 7 runs from the over. You're needing to go at the rate of 10 and over from here. 10 and over to win this match. You need another 142 runs in the next 14 overs and 1 ball. Sankirth Batula is a really good bowler. Right now, I think he's just looking to keep Remandar quiet. A lot of firepower to come. And we'll see exactly how it goes from here. Huge swing and a miss. Remandar misses out on the attempted drive. That is the end of the power play. 52. Oh, look at this. 52 for 1 is the score. When the Dallas Xforia Giants batted at the end of the power play, they had 53 runs. Could it be any closer? Neck and neck stuff. End of the power play, 52 for 1. Second matchup here of Yaqub Haidari versus Andreas Gauss. Yaqub Haidari's first over went for 8. Andreas Gauss 25 from 18. The irresistible force versus the immovable object. Hammered away into the deep, but there is Arjun Mahesh in that position. Very, very good young outfielder. I say young, he's the captain of the USA U19 men's team. And my goodness, I will tell you that things become very, very tricky from here. Yaqub Haidari again, and facing up to Remandar now, who's shown signs in the last few minutes of wanting to extricate himself from the pressure. Yaqub Haidari over the wicket. Goes past the outside edge. Brilliant, brilliant shots. When I said brilliant shot, my apologies. I meant a brilliant delivery. Appeal for a catch. What happened here? Not out. Oh my goodness. Smith Patel cannot believe it. Yaqub Haidari cannot believe it. Yaqub Haidari is essentially questioning why that was not given out. Let's see if we can pick anything up here. Oh, yeah, that looks to me just like the bat flicks the toe, the front foot of the batter. I will tell you what, that is brilliant umpiring. That is not an easy decision to make. And there you see umpire Karthik Nachimutu. His only signal is to say that there's 3 balls left in the over. This is excellent stuff. Oh my goodness, this is really, really good bowling, but really high quality umpiring, has to be said. Working it away into the deep. That's more runs here. Who wants it? Nobody can get to it. 4 runs. Oh my goodness. So a little bit too straight. And he works it off of his hips for 4. I can tell you that Mr. Sasan has a wonderful singing voice. Boy, sometimes on broadcasts like this, they say that the show that is off the air is better than the show that's on the air. I can fully attest to that as we get into the latter part here. Look at this. Gone. Huge. Big flash. And look at this. Yaqub Haider with a much more sedated celebration. Did not go running down the pitch, did not point to his shirt, did not celebrate, did not send anybody off. He simply said, I've gotten your wicket. That's what I'm hired to do, and that's what I'm doing. Look at this. Very muted. I absolutely love that. And so for me, that certainly is something that you want to do. You want to celebrate having taken a wicket, but sometimes the over-the-top celebrations can rub the opponents the wrong way. But the big picture here, Rahman Dar has been dismissed. So you lose one left-hander. Rahman Dar, as you see that edge again, big edge. No question about that one this time. Big edge and taken easily by Smith Patel. So you lose one left-hander, Rahman Dar, but the left-hander you gain is that man in the center of your screen, the great Corey Anderson. Look at Yaqub Haider here. Delivery, muted celebration, just a little bit of a dance, and then puts his head down and goes back to work. That, to me, shows maturity. And so this feels like a moment in this match. 57 for 2 is the score. The partnership worth 55 for the second wicket. But now you're going to have to start over with Corey Anderson and the man who is well set at the non-striker's end, Andreas Gauss. This is going to be the last ball of over number 7. And how big a wicket would this be for Yaqub Haider if he were to get the international superstar Corey Anderson? He's at the top of his mark. He is bowling over the wicket. You like that angle, bowling over the wicket, slanting it across the left-hander. Corey Anderson loves playing on the leg side. That is his favorite scoring area. Sometimes playing on the leg side to a ball that's being delivered from over the wicket can induce a top edge. So pay attention to that. Lets this one go through. Too wide for the liking of umpire Karthik Nachimutu. So look at, again, the delivery is from outside the line of off stump. It's over the wicket. So he's slanting the ball across Corey Anderson, creating that angle. And I said a number of times, this is exactly what you want to do to a batter who's a left-hander, particularly a new batter who's a left-hander. That angle that's created with the ball going across him can sometimes be tricky to negotiate. Last ball. He knocked him over! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness, the celebration tells you everything. Look at Harmeet Singh, look at Smith Patel, look at look at Essa Nadil, look at Sankir Batula, look at all of the team is all around him. He knows how big a wicket that is. That is Corey Anderson cleaned up second ball. Look at this again from that angle over the wicket, slanting it, and he plays outside the line. Corey Anderson knocked back the off stump. How big a wicket is that one? Body blow, absolute body blow. 6 wickets make that 6 runs from the over, but 2 wickets. If you bowl an over where you dismiss Remandar and Corey Anderson, boy, you just put your team on the, let's call it a shortened track toward the playoffs. Kings 11 in Dallas are struggling. They are 58 for 3. Oh, that smile from Harmeet Singh tells you everything you need to know. And immediately, as the dismissal of Corey Anderson happens, Harmeet Singh into the attack. And Harmeet Singh into the attack for one reason and one reason only. It is because Corey Anderson has been dismissed. I made this point earlier when the Kings 11, when the Xforia Giants were batting. It becomes much more difficult for the right-handed batters to score against a leg spinner or a left-arm orthodox who turns the ball away. But a left-hander wants the ball turning into him. So Harmeet Singh, I think, keeping himself out of the attack until Corey Anderson and Remandar both have been dismissed. And that, for me, motivates him more than anything else, because as of right now, the 2 big hitting left-handers are both out. Now, having said that, there is one big hitting left-hander who is still to come. That is going to be Ali Sheikh. He scored heavily yesterday, 62 in the losing effort, but lots of 4s and 6s, and he absolutely would prefer, I would think, to face Harmeet Singh than the right-handers would. Oba Spinar is in to bat, scores his first run here. And I think you'll see evidence that Andreas Kraus might start thinking that it's going to all depend on him. That's actually not very accurate. It's not going to all depend on him. You've lost 3 big wickets. Corey Anderson, Remandar Unmukhchan. Those are 3 big wickets, and that you would have expected plenty of runs to come from those 3. But you still have the 2 at the crease right now. Remandar Unmukhchan have both been dismissed. You have Oba Spinar and you have Andreas Kraus both at the crease. You have Ali Sheikh still to come. You have Saib Malhotra still to come. So you certainly have batting firepower. But what you don't want is to dig a hole so big that is it's going to be difficult to get out of. The man with the pads on, third from the left of your screen, is Ali Sheikh, who we're talking about now. He is a left-hander. He's a big hitter. He's a tremendous cricketer all around. And as of right now, it feels like the game is again going to come down to Ali Sheikh. Played off the legs by Oba Spinar, and another couple of runs. So you certainly want to see that. 7 runs coming from Harmeet Singh's first over, but those 7 runs mean that you fall further behind. The required rate is now up to 10.75. The score after 8 overs is 65 for 3. Take a quick look at the wickets in that last over. That's 1, and then this next one is a big one. Right through Corey Anderson. How brilliant is that? And you like seeing the enthusiasm, but you also like seeing the muted appeal. And forgive me for being one of the old school guys. I like celebrations. I don't like necessarily over the top celebrations. But you, as someone once said, if you take the wicket, you have the right to celebrate as much as you want. And if I think you'd prefer to be the one with the wicket and have the argument be about the celebration versus the fact that you did not take a wicket. And if you knock over Corey Anderson, boy, you've done something special. Straight down the ground. This is Andreas House, who is now, it feels, downshifted. 29 from 23. But 29 from 23 for me feels like it's slowing down a little bit. Seen Andreas House recently in the Caribbean Premier League. Just arrived this week from the CPL. And so playing this, just his second game in the tournament so far. Yaqub Haidari, absolutely brilliant so far. 2 huge wickets. And now bowling to Obaspinar, who again, as of right now, is the leading batter for the side. Down the leg side, that would have flicked off of the pad. So Obaspinar maybe considering himself less than lucky there, because any other day that goes away for runs. So, boy, you're down at this stage to the last 70 balls of the innings, and you need 128 runs. It will not be easy. 10.97. So 11 runs and over is what you need the rest of the way. Plays this one past the bowler himself. And when you're looking to plan the rest of the way, you're looking to think, when are each of the bowlers going to bowl? Ehsan Adil right there in your shot. He still has 2 overs left. Rohan Raje has 2 overs left. That's Ehsan Adil, top right of the screen. Passing along words of wisdom to the youngster, I'm sure. Yaqub Haidari is into his 3rd, so you'll have 1 more after this. Sankirth Batula has only bowled 1 over. Harmeet Singh, you saw earlier, also only bowled 1 over. So a lot of bowling options played into the mid-wicket area here. They might look for a second. Obaspinar coming back for the second. He's the one going to the danger end, so it's his call. You like the fact that he's taken charge and done exactly that. So you're going through the gears. Do you still feel like you have an acceleration coming? 3rd wicket down after the dismissal of Corey Anderson. Both the 2nd and the 3rd wickets falling with the score on, in fact, 57 for the 2nd wicket, 58 for the 3rd, but nothing off the bat when Corey Anderson was at the wicket. Looking to work this one away into the leg side. Nothing happening. Didn't get anything on it. This is really good stuff from Yaqub Haidari. So what you need from this pair right now is a partnership. And a partnership that in theory could take you probably to about the 14th or so over, where you start accelerating, and then you have somebody like an Ali Sheikh who can come in and hit big down the order. But with a dot ball here and the last ball coming up in over number 9, the required rate is now above 11. So you're decelerating horribly. Lofted down the ground. Is this catchable? It is not catchable. Over the top of long on for 6. It's a loopy full toss, and it gets put away by Andreas House. 6 runs. Look at this. Oh, look at this. Andreas House is so strong. That is very little flourish. Nothing more than a short arm jab. No flourish whatsoever. And that excellent spell spoiled to some extent by that last delivery in that over. But Yaqub Haidari still just 10 runs coming from that over. 75 for 3 is the score after 9. Harmeet Singh back into the attack. Bowling to Obaspinar. Obaspinar has a very versatile game. He can buckle down and play the long game if he needs to, or he can hit big with the best of them. Works around the leg side. It should just be a single here. Tumbling stop. Coming back for the second run. That really should have just been one run. That fumble at backward square leg creates a second opportunity for a run. Taken advantage of. So this pair, as I said a second ago, they need a partnership. They need to put something together that gets them close. And then hopefully, again, as I said, if you're constructing the way that the Kings 11 Dallas wins this game, it would be for this pair to get them close and then Ali Sheikh to come in and apply the finishing touches later on. So we'll see whether or not that happens. As a reminder, the winner of this game goes to Morrisville, North Carolina on either the 29th or the 30th of September to start the playoffs. The loser stays home in Dallas. Andrea House just checking that shot, getting it into the outfield. Now, both of these batters are very dangerous. I would rank Obaspinar as one of the top 5 all-rounders in the country. I certainly, as I said earlier, would rank Andreas House as one of the top batters in the country. And you get the sense that if they both stay there, you can put yourself in the position of taking victory. Again, provided that you stay there and provided that you take no risks. But it's getting more and more difficult. And the reason it's getting more difficult is because you've switched essentially to singles only, and that required rate keeps going up. That is the end of over number 10. Water break is coming up. A lot of work to do for the Kings 11 Dallas. They need 114 runs in the next 10 overs. Quick look at the scorecard. Dominated so far by Andreas House. Only Remandar and Obaspinar joining him in double figures. Quick couple of highlights. Before that, we look at the bowlers. Ron Raja a little bit expensive. Everybody else getting the ball in the right areas, doing what they need. 3 wickets down. Wickets falling at 257 and 58. Here's the first one. Unmuk Chan helping the ball into the hands of Shayan Jahangir at backward point. Lovely shot down the ground there for Andreas House. And getting 4 runs there. And this shot I like down the leg side. And then this next one is the one that goes into his favorite scoring area over deep mid wicket. Also strong through the offside, extra cover. And then that 6 down the ground. Remandar doing his best, but then falling. You'll see him fall here in just a minute. Outside edge taken, and then here's the next one, the big wicket of Corey Anderson. There's a little bit of a celebration, and you get right through the former New Zealander, current USA player, Corey Anderson. That tells you how important that was. And then this tells you all is not yet done. Andreas House still has a bat in his hand. So we'll take a break along with the players. A lot of work to do for the Kings 11 Dallas. They are 80 for 3. Ladies and gentlemen, the season comes down to this: 10 overs, 114 runs to get for the Kings 11 Dallas. The job for the Xforia Giants is to keep them at 113 or fewer. 113 gives you a super over. How would that be at this stage of the match, of this stage of the tournament? Sankirth Batula, the man with the ball in hand, just one over bowled, and he'll be looking to take the attack here now to Obaspinar. Slammed in the offside. Good sliding, attempted stop anyway, but it gets past the bowler. Ooh, look at this. It gets past the fielder is what I meant. I'll get a single to start over number 11. So you have a challenge here if you are the Kings 11 Dallas. Sankirth Batula bowling over number 11. Harmeet Singh has 2 left. After this, Sankirth Batula himself will also have 2 left. Cut away. Down the hill, just a deep third. No issue there. So singles, you don't mind singles if you are the Dallas Xforia Giants, because singles will not win this match for the Kings 11 Dallas. A couple of singles already, and the required rate has already jumped up to 11.6. Oh, that could have gone onto the stumps any other day. That would have tickled the off stump. Obaspinar might consider himself lucky that it's just a dot ball. So 3 deliveries into over number 11, and just 3 make that 2 runs scored in an environment where you need 12 runs and over. 11.79 to be specific, but my goodness. 12 and over is effectively what you need the rest of the way. Hammered. This is going to be close to the boundary. And look at that diving stop is in vain. It goes away for 4. Obaspinar warming up. Obaspinar knows what needs to happen. He knows that you need quick runs, and you need them. The Esan Adil with the great efforts. Good to see the tall, fast bowler throwing himself around in the field like that, but still not able to get to it. He is also a right-hander, so sliding to his left is a little bit awkward. 2 balls remaining, 6 runs from the over already. Played into the deep. First, or the last ball went to Obaspinar. I'm sorry, went to Esan Adil. This next one goes to Arjun Mahesh. And there is probably about a foot difference in height between those two. So a couple more runs, and I will tell you, as we have an absolutely brilliant ground staff here supplying us with all the Gatorade that we need here in the commentary area. Absolutely appreciate David Agnew. Last ball plays down the ground. It's going to be a single that puts you in the position of having just 9 runs scoring that over. Sankirth Batula will be happy with those returns because you've kept the team, the Kings 11 Dallas, under the run rate that they require. They need from here 11.67 and over. They've got 9 in that over. 89 for 3 after 11. Money time. Captain Harmeet Singh with the ball in hand. 54 balls remaining. 89 runs to get. Adil fielding the ball inside the circle. So the big man is all over the field. Down at the boundary, now inside the circle. You don't mind giving up that single if you're Harmeet Singh. Once again, singles, you cannot win the game scoring singles. The required rate continues to sneak upward. What does Andreas Gauss do here? 39 from 28. Clipping this into the mid-wicket area. Oh, that gets through Sanketh Batula and goes away for 4. Harmeet Singh is not happy. And you can understand why. That is a ball that, in all likelihood, should have been stopped. Look at this. Clipped into the deep. And, boy, any other day, Sanketh Batula fields that one cleanly. This time he lets it get through for 4. So exactly 100 runs needed from 52 balls. This is cut away. More work in the deep. He cannot get there. 4 more. Andreas Gauss now moving into the 40s, up to 47. After those couple of boundaries to start over number 12. 9 runs from the first 3 balls of the over. And I'll tell you, this pair has a very big responsibility. And as I've said a couple of times already, if you were to script a partnership that you needed the rest of the way, as this is cut away, will this get to the boundary? Running away down the hill, it gets to the boundary. That is 50 for Andreas Gauss. 50 from 31, 51 now from 31. 3 straight 4s here in over number 12. 13 from the over already. Look at this. Do you give him credit and say that he intentionally opened the face to run that one off the bat? He may well have done just that. But last 2 balls here in the over, Harmeet Singh into his 3rd over. How expensive is this one going to be? No single here. Andreas Gauss immediately sending or refusing that single from Obaspinar. So in this over, at least, you have already gotten the number of runs that you need. And so what do you do with this last ball? Play it into the deep. That is Parvesh Ahuja. 14 runs coming from over number 12. So this is a good over for Kings 11 Dallas. Let's play the comparison game for fun, shall we? At the end of over number 14, make that over number 12. The Kings 11 Dallas is 103 for 3. At the exact same stage, the Dallas Xforia Giants had 102 runs. There is 1 run separating these 2 teams. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is going to come down to the wire. Few boundaries from this last over from Andreas Gauss. This last one, let's see. Yeah, let's give him credit for opening the face and running that fine. So, this is becoming more and more tricky for both teams. But the momentum in the last several overs, last several balls really, has been with Kings 11 Dallas. Sanketh Batula back into the attack. Looking to work this into the leg side. Andreas Gauss up now to 53 from 34 balls faced. Sanketh Batula into his 3rd over. This is over number 13. So you can understand how judicious Captain Harmeet Singh has to be with his field placings or his bowling changes. Played into the offside, quick single here, so a couple more singles. And I talk about bowling changes. These 3 bowlers have 1 over left. Yaqub Hydari, Harmeet Singh, and after this one is completed, Sanketh Batula. Rohan Raja and Ehsan Adil have 2 overs left. So those 4 and 7 overs remaining, and after this one, it will be the 7th over. So in theory, only the bowlers who have bowled so far will bowl the rest of the way. Do you open or do you introduce another bowler here this late into the innings? I don't know that you do. So it may be a question not necessarily of which bowler is going to bowl, but who is going to bowl when. In other words, maybe you save Esa Nadil's last 2 overs for maybe over 17 and 19, which is what they did last night. Rohan Raja, his last 2 would be probably 18 and 20. And so you have to be a little bit more judicious. Over, extra cover. Look at that shot. Did it go all the way? Confirmation from the bowler here, or from the fielders. Don't quite yet have the confirmation. It went for 4. Andreas Gauss latching on to that one and helping himself to 4 runs over extra cover. Had the width, and look where this lands. Oh, let's see. Immediately signaling 4 by that fielder. I want to take a look at that again. That was very close to the rope. May just have landed in front, but some visual confirmation would be nice. Going in now, the 4th ball of the over. Played into the leg side. Do they look for 2? They do not look for 2. Oh, they do look for 2. It was fumbled. So that fumble gets you an additional run. And so let's take a look at that again as we look at where this ball lands. Good shot from Andreas Gauss. And we follow it here with the tracking, and it... Oh, if that ball was another 6 inches forward, it would have been 6, but it does land just inside of the rope for 4. Sanketh Batula again. Cut away, down the hill, more runs, 4 of them. So you're starting to warm to the task here, Kings 11 Dallas. Partnership now worth 58 and counting. 13 runs already from the over with 1 ball to come. And the required rate under 11. So you're going in the direction that you need. 13 runs from the over already. Last one coming up. Once again, the partnership is worth 58. They came together when the score was 58. It is now 116. And let's see what happens on this last ball. Cut away, more work. Arjun Mahesh with a lot of work. Oh, flips it to his partner, Shayan Jahangir, and they'll get 2 runs. But importantly, 15 runs come from that over. 15 from over number 13. The score is 118 for 3, as I said before. Let's continue playing that comparison game. At the end of over number 13, the Dallas Xforia Giants had 113 runs. So the Kings 11 Dallas, at least by that measure, have snuck ahead in this game. It's up to them to maintain it. 118 for 3 after 13. Few shots here from Andreas Gauss. Absolutely brilliant. 50 on the board for Mr. Gauss. And I think you'll see evidence of the fact that he is a tremendous, tremendous batter. And his temperament in this game has been exactly what his team has needed. And looking at where you are now, Andreas Gauss 64 from 38, 9 4s and 2 6s. Oba Spinar, just 1 boundary struck so far. 20 from 17. And they have gone to a different bowler here. This is Kamal Passi, introducing a new bowler into the attack. Throwing him in here at the deep end, Kamal Passi. Bowling to a pair that has put on a few runs, 60 of them to be exact. And it's Oba Spinar himself who is on strike. This is over number 14. So you have 6 left after this one. Oba Spinar on strike. Wide ball to start his day with the ball. Kamal Passi. So a really productive partnership on the way here for Oba Spinar and Andreas Gauss. Kamapasi, right arm over the wicket, bowling to two right-handers. I think you've seen some evidence that you've gotten yourself into the position that you're not necessarily ahead of the game just yet. At least by one measure you are, but 2 or 3 quick wickets can change all of that. So the game is still nowhere near being over. Karshit Gomel, is he going to play a part in this match the rest of the way? He does not bowl, but his hands in the field make all the difference. He has a wonderful pair of hands, and he's taken some blinders over the years. Took a couple of catches last night to help seal the victory for the Xforia Giants. And now, 9 balls remaining. Kamapasi will know that his job is to essentially try to keep Andreas Gauss quiet. Andreas Gauss warming up to the task, 67 from 38. Down the leg side, boy, did he get away with that one. Fine leg is inside the circle. If that ball is to the left or the right of Yaqub Haider at fine leg, that is 4 runs. Nobody in the deep behind that fielder. So he may just consider himself lucky there, Kamapasi. So just 2 official balls bowled in this over, 3 runs already. 4 more to go. What do you do here? What is your approach? And more importantly, how exactly do you look to construct the chase the rest of the way? Chopped into the offside. And they're doing it. I said earlier they won't be bothered with singles, but getting a single off of every ball does the opposite of building pressure. In other words, it allows the batting side to feel that they're in the game. It frustrates the fielding side, and it frustrates the bowler. And it's usually in those instances where the bowler ends up bowling something loose. So 122 runs on the board, 72 needed in the next 39 balls. It is a stiff ask, but I think very doable. Oh, what happens here? Runs right through the crease, Kamapasi. Wanting to make sure that he's able to keep his wits about him. This is a lot of pressure. Pressure is something that you certainly would be feeling at this stage. And to your credit, this partnership with Andreas Gauss and Obaspinar worth 64 runs. Let's see how far they can get. Andreas Gauss nails this one out of the stadium. Oh my! That clears mid-wicket. It clears the seats. It is out of the stadium. That is one of his pet shots. Cannot bowl there to him. Look at this. Into his body, the short ball. Look where this ball lands. Over the seats at mid-wicket and into the Grand Prairie night. Andreas Gauss now up to 71 from 40. And remember earlier, we talked about the fact that he got a send-off yesterday that I don't know that he appreciated very much. It is also always very irritating to a batter who has just been dismissed to be then sent off. And that might be some of what's fueling Andreas Gauss's fire at this moment. Partnership now worth 70. 2 balls remaining here in over number 14. Cut away, but there is Parvesh Ahuja on the boundary. So once again, you're looking big picture at what you need the rest of the way. Few worried fans in the stands if you're wearing the orange and blue of the Xforia Giants. That man there in the center of your picture, Lovekesh Kalia, the owner of the Kings 11 Dallas. And he's looking to see whether his team can climb over a hump. Boy, this is pulled away into the deep. It should just be 2. Come back for that second run. And he might consider himself lucky that Andreas Gauss did not send that one out of the park again. 13 runs come from the over. Yet another productive one. The last 5 overs have yielded 56 runs for Kings 11 Dallas. They are warming to the task. The score is 131 for 3. The partnership is worth 73. You need desperately to break it. So you have gone now to your senior fast bowler, Ehsan Adil. 2 overs bowled, conceded 12 runs, taken 1 wicket. That the wicket of Unmuk Chand. Different situation here, bowling to Andreas House. Single down the ground. Ehsan Adil bowling here over number 15. So he has 1 remaining. Do you bowl after this one, I mean? So do you bowl him again maybe over 17? Or do you perhaps leave him for the absolute death, either bowling over 19 or 20? Rohan Raja still has 2 remaining. Yaqub Hydari and Sankirth Batula 1 each remaining. So decisions for Captain Harmeet Singh, who himself has 1 over remaining. I don't know that he bowls himself the rest of the way. Driven into the offside, quick single. Harmeet Singh himself is in that spot but not able to pick up cleanly. So 2 balls, 2 runs here in over number 15. And a long way to go, but boy, if you put a gun to my head and asked for a win prediction, it's 50.5 to 49.5 is essentially what it is at this stage, and I don't know who has the 50.5. So it's going to come down to the wire, it feels. Andreas House, the man on strike, 73 from 42. Obas Pinar, 25 from 21. Ehsan Adil with the ball in hand. Plays back to the bowler who feels no run. That is a big, in the context of this game, don't know how much of a difference saving that 1 single might make, but you want to see the fast bowler sacrificing and going down to prevent that ball from getting by him. So out of the corner of my eye here, I am now seeing Rohan Raja warming up. Does he come in to bowl over number 16? And if you bowl 16, where do you bowl him in his last over? Do you bowl 16 and then maybe leave him back till over number 20? So many decisions to be made here for Captain Harmeet Singh. Here's Ehsan Adil again. Short ball. That's a good short delivery, and it is well fielded, a short fine leg by Yaqub Hydari. Boy, look at this again. That short ball had intent behind it. Bending his back and getting that one. Not easy to defeat Andreas House on a short delivery. Top edge or under edge rather. And that ball so easily could have gone back onto the stumps. He might consider himself lucky there, Andreas House. So 3 balls make that 3 runs from the over so far. A really good over under the circumstances. Still have 2 balls to go though. Clipped around the corner, at least 2 runs. Yaqub Hydari is after it. And look at that sliding stop. That's well fielded. Parvesh Ahuja is in fact, it's a different fielder. Look at this. They'll get an overthrow. They ran 4. Oh, this is tragic. So this is a fielder down on the boundary. I thought that he would have done enough to field that one, but in the process of making the save and then throwing the ball in and then shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, all of that adds up to 4 runs run. Look at this. Smith Patel, the man who's look at Ehsan Adil. Ehsan Adil looking at Smith Patel saying, I am nowhere near the stumps. Why did you throw that ball? So that 4 makes a big difference. Last ball. Driven. A lot of work for deep extra cover. Sliding stop. Did he get there? He did not get there. So this one a more conventional 4, and still 11 runs from the over off of Ehsan Adil. His penultimate over goes for 11. End of over 15. The last 5 will have you on the edge of your seat. It is 142 for 3. Sankirth Batula all out, not quite able to get to it. And he's diving again to his left. He's a right-hander, so that does not make it any easier. But that puts you in a really tricky position. The partnership now worth all of 84 runs. If you were scripting this the way that I mentioned earlier, this is exactly the script. This pair goes on and gets a decent platform, and then somebody like an Ali Sheikh comes in later to apply the finishing touches. But I guarantee you that both of these batters will feel that they need to take the responsibility the rest of the way. 30 balls remaining, 52 runs to get. Do not go anywhere. Rohan Raje is who I thought was going to come into bowl. Turns out that they've entrusted over number 16 with the young man to bowl his last over, Yaqub Hydari. 2 huge wickets, gigantic wickets. Remandar and Corey Anderson, if you have those names notched on your belt, you have done some work, but the work is not yet finished. Yaqub Hydari now bowling his last over. Bowling here to Andres House. In the air, lands short of backward point. Oh, his heart would have been in his mouth there, Andres House. Getting that one maybe to stay in the air much longer than he was satisfied with. Over 16 being bowled here by the young man who's from Afghanistan, playing for the World Cricket Initiative Academy in Austin, Texas. Starting here his last over. So 5 more balls remaining, but he's bowling to a man with 74 against his name. Down the ground, he nails this. It goes all the way for 6. Andreas House jumps all over that, and he gets into the 80s with that shot. 6 over long on. Partnership now worth 90. 46 runs needed from the next 28 balls. This ball is well and truly in the slot. I think that if we look at that again, that is essentially the definition of a ball that is in the slot. Don't know if we have time to look at that one more time. If we do have time, I think you'll find, here we go. Look where this ball lands here. Here's where the definition is of the slot. And look where this ball lands. Bang in the middle of the slot. And you get that ball there, you will probably regret it because Andreas House will make you pay. So you really need to get that ball much, much fuller. Has to be so full that it is impossible for the batter to get underneath it. And with that shot, Andreas House has announced his intent to take charge the rest of the way. Clip this one away into the square leg area. Arjun Mahesh always doing a lot of work in that area. Arjun Mahesh has not batted in a couple of matches. Look at that shot. Andreas House with a couple of shots. In fact, that last one, you see the reaction from the bowler himself. And Andreas House, I said it a couple of times already, I think with something to prove, especially, maybe not something to prove, but with revenge on his mind, put it that way. After having received the send-off yesterday from the man who's now bowling at him. Over Spinar now on strike. Struck into the offside. Parvesh Ahuja. Oh, this is coming down to the wire. Maybe, just maybe, you think with 44 needed from 26, that it is the Kings 11 Dallas who are ahead by a nose. Absolutely worried faces by those who are wearing orange and blue. Once again, I say it one more time, the winner of this game goes to the playoffs. The loser of this game is done for the season. Here is Yaqub Hydari. Into the offside this time, just a single. Boy, do you really put yourself in the position where you sort of set the platform and then accelerate toward the end. 150 on the board. Last ball coming up here in over number 16. Going back to the comparisons game, at the end of over 16, the Dallas Xforia Giants had 141 runs. So Kings 11 Dallas is ahead on that score by 10. Last ball coming up here, over 16. Driven past the ball. It loses his footing. Not quite able to field it, but just a single. But 10 runs coming from the over. Unbalanced, not a bad over by Jakub Heider, safe for the 6. That was in the slot that Andre Haus put out of the ground. But the last 4 overs coming up, 42 runs needed. 10.5 and over feels like it is within the grasp of this pair. The score at the end of 16 is 152 for 3. Yet another question has been answered. Esan Adil will be bowling his final over here, over number 17. Where's that gone? Down the ground. It goes for 4. The very first ball hammered down the ground by Obas Pinar, who now joins the party. 39 from 26. That is his second boundary. Andreas Haus at the other end. 82 from 48. Look at that. Brutal strike from Obas Pinar down the ground. Esan Adil's first ball of his last over goes for 4. So over 17 underway here. Obas Pinar. 39 from 26. Partnership worth 98. Short, looking to work it around the corner. Look out here. They get a single. I believe this is going to be a leg by. Yep, there's a leg by signal. 99. Partnership. I don't think they care anyway where the numbers come from or how the runs are scored, what flavor of runs they are. The only thing that matters is that they get another 37 runs in the next 22 balls. This feels more and more like it's Kings 11 Dallas in control of this game. I said earlier about my win predictor, my unofficial win predictor. It feels like about 61 to 39 at this stage in favor of the Kings 11 Dallas. Down the ground. Is this 4 more? 4 more. Oh, Andreas Haus nailing it down the ground. He now moves up to 86 from 49 balls faced. Esan Adil's last over is absolutely going opposite of the way that he'd like. And I will tell you that this is becoming more and more difficult. I will say, based on the text message that I just received, Mr. Sid, it's absolutely wonderful. Wonderful to hear from you as always. 33 runs needed, 21 balls remaining. The required rate is now under the current run rate. So you're on top of the game here if you're Kings 11 Dallas. Yorker length, down the ground, just a single. 10 runs from the first 4 balls of the last over being bowled here from Esan Adil. What do you end up with here? Esan Adil has 2 balls remaining in his day. How does he handle it? What happens on this last ball? Those of you who are watching online, if you wanted to drop a note and let me know how you think this is going to turn out, I'd be happy to hear your thoughts. My prediction, as of now, 61-39 in favor of Kings 11 Dallas. 1 or 2 quick wickets changes that equation in a hurry. Last 2 balls of Esan Adil's spell. Full toss, lofted in the air. Oh, it is 6. Oh, my goodness. Rohan Raja running to his left. Thought he had enough room. He could have been probably a yard or so back. If he's a yard or so back, he takes that catch. Look at this again. I want to see where he ends up. My sense looking at it live is that he had some room. And look at this. Look at this replay. Look where he ends up. Boy, there's a little bit of room there. He probably, in my mind, is about a yard off of the rope. If he's closer to the rope, he may have made that catch. But it is 6. 26 needed from 19. Oh, he's knocked him over. Obaspinar looking to swing for the fences. He's cleaned up with the last ball of Esanadil's spell. That is a big wicket, but how big a wicket is it? Is it too late? Excellent delivery from Esanadil, not afraid to pitch the ball up. Obaspinar probably going across the line. He probably wants to be playing that down the ground as opposed to toward mid-wicket. You miss, I hit sort of stuff. Look at this again. Here's a 6 that goes over the top of the bowler, the fielder rather, Rohan Raja. And then the very next delivery finds off stump removed from its moorings. Look at this. Obaspinar, look here, going across the line, completely across the line. For me, that is probably a ball that you should be playing straight down the ground. Easy for me to say here, 150 yards away in the commentator's booth. But the damage, is it already done? 16 runs come from over number 17. The last 3 coming up. Ali Sheikh is at the wicket. The man who will be on strike, Andreas Haus, has 87 against his name from 50 balls. Boy, that win predictor just adjusted a little bit. It feels like it's 52-48 in favor of the Kings 11 Dallas. A wicket here makes a big difference. And it is Harmeet Singh who is going to be bowling to Andreas Haus. Andreas Haus loves playing over extra cover. Extra cover deep is wide open right now. Andreas Haus, for me, is probably looking to target that area. But Harmeet Singh himself knows that that is a strength of Andreas Haus, and so he'll be looking to keep the ball tight on the stumps. Here is a roll of the dice. Down the ground, where's that gone? One bounce. And it's a single. And this feels like a moment in the game, ladies and gentlemen. 25 needed from 17 balls. Ali Sheikh, 62 from 24. I believe that's accurate from last night. He had a tremendous cameo. In vain, this team fell short at the end, but he will not need 62 runs here. In fact, if he stays not out and if Andreas Haus is still there, you get the sense that that should be enough. Looking to pick out deep mid-wicket from the very first ball he faces, Ali Sheikh. It is a dot. It's the last over being bowled here by Harmeet Singh. Oh my goodness, this game is coming down to a razor's edge. Cut to backward point. Oh, he gets through the fielder, backward point, and goes away for 4. Harmeet Singh's reaction tells you all you need to know. That should have been a dot ball. It goes away for 4. 21 needed from 15. So Ali Sheikh gets off of the mark with a ball that very frankly should have just been a dot. That is easily stoppable. I think the fielder himself would have told you that. I think that's Sankirth Batula. Kind of hard to see from my angle, but in any event, you'd like to think that should have been stopped. 21 from 15. Ali Sheikh on strike. Going around the wicket to the left-hander, trying to cut off that angle. That's a good angle for Harmeet Singh. He only has 2 balls remaining in his day with the ball. Kings 11 Dallas, 21 runs away from a spot to the playoffs. Down the ground. Should just be a single. That is a Karshit Gomel. 1 ball remaining. 20 needed from 13. Oh my goodness. This one is coming down to the wire, folks. And Andreas House with 88 against his name. What does Harmeet Singh do here to Andreas House with his last ball? Just 1 ball remaining, boy. Coming down to the wire. You know that Harmeet Singh would love nothing more than to get this wicket. Plays it back to the bowler himself. Doesn't take the wicket, but no run scores. His last over, Harmeet Singh only goes for 6. Overs 19 and 20 to come. Who will bowl over number 19? Is it Sankirth Batula? Is it Rohan Raje? Quick look at the scorecard. Andreas House 88 from 52. And the man at the opposite end, Ali Sheikh, just coming to the crease. And this one, ladies and gentlemen, again, coming down to the wire. You will not see many closer games than this one. Here we are. And it is going to be Sankirth Batula. He's had a couple of misfields in the field, and he's going to be looking to make up for that here. You need a wicket, and that wicket, preferably from your perspective, would be Andreas House. Ali Sheikh, 5 from 4 balls faced. I don't think that you're very concerned about that at this stage. I think the bigger issue is that you want for there to be a delivery or two that keeps the batters in check. Build a little bit of pressure. A couple of dot balls can make all the difference in the world. Boy, this one again, coming down to the wire. Ali Sheikh, 5 from 4. Andreas House, 88 from 52. 10 4s and 4 6s. And it is Ali Sheikh himself on strike. Sankirth Batula bowling the penultimate over of the innings. 12 balls remaining, 20 runs to get. In the air and 6. Oh, look at that strike. All the way over long on for a gigantic 6 off the bat of Ali Sheikh. 14 needed from 11. Oh, he muscled that. He absolutely drills it. And that puts all of the pressure on Sankirth Batula. Bowling over number 19. Ali Sheikh puts this ball into the stands at long on. Here's the second delivery of the over. Same direction. The ball is in the air, catchable. Taken. Oh my goodness, a Karshit Gomel with the catch. So Ali Sheikh looking to end things in style. Boy, you did the hard work, and on the cusp of victory, this one is lofted in the air, and the catch is taken clean as a whistle by a Karshit Gomel. Earlier, I said that he has about the safest hands that you could imagine. He shows it there. Pressure catch. Not necessarily a difficult catch, but the pressure of the situation makes all the difference in the world. So the 5th wicket goes with the score on 180. 180 for 5. 14 needed in the next 10 balls. Wow. So here we are. The new batter will be coming to the crease shortly. And not sure quite what the delay is, but with the partnership having been broken, in fact, we'll look at the partnerships in a second. The first wicket partnership only went for 2. Unmuk Chan was the man who was dismissed there. Second wicket partnership, 55. Third wicket partnership, 1. Was the dismissal of Corey Anderson. The fourth wicket partnership, up until 2 delivers ago, felt like a match-winning partnership. 168 to, 110 was that partnership. But Now, looking at the fall of the wickets, here's the first one, Unmuk Chand. Pretty straightforward catch by Shine Jahangir, slashed and caught. And then the big one here, Corey Anderson, right through him, the celebration from Yaqub Haidari. That's the big one going through Corey Anderson. And then 4 and 5 coming up. Knocking over Obaspinar, looking to play across the line. And then that last one was the catch in the outfield. Going back to live action as Sankirth Batula is ready to bowl now to Saib Malhotra. Your job, get a single. Looking to slash this one away into the deep. A couple more runs probably. Diving stop, that's good work. 2 more runs, boy. This is coming down on the knife's edge, ladies and gentlemen. And this, as of right now, Kings 11 Dallas is within 12 runs of victory. After that double, it is Sahib Malhotra, the man on strike. First ball cut away for 2. Andreas Kraus at the non-striker's end has 8 runs against his name. More to the point, Sahib Malhotra with the bat in hand. What does he do here? 12 runs needed. 3 balls remaining in over number 19. Sankirth Batula wants the best Yorker in his arsenal right here. This is going to be 2 more, you would think. Andreas Kraus coming back for that second run, and he gets it easily. That is well run. You need more of that. 10 runs from the over already. Last 10 overs make that the last 10 balls in this match. 10 runs needed. My apologies. The last 8 balls in the innings, 10 runs needed. Look at Andreas Kraus here with the hustle, getting to the other end and doing so in style. At this stage, I think you take any runs that you get, and if you have the opportunity for the second run, that is absolutely on you to take it. No run here. Underhanded throw. What happened? Did he get it? No, boy. It was close at the non-striker's end, but Andreas Kraus gets back in time. But importantly, it is a dot ball. So now, 7 balls remaining. Look at this again. What happens here? Plays into the offside. Andreas Kraus is halfway down. The throw coming in. Oh, he is gone by a mile if that is collected. Here is the last ball. It's all happening, as they say. Slashed away into the deep. Should just be 1. They get 1. And it is going to be Sahib Malhotra to remain on strike to start over number 20. The small matter of 9 runs is what separates the Kings 11 Dallas from a spot in the playoffs. Oh my goodness, Rohan Raje, over to you, sir. Oh, this is a big one. Ladies and gentlemen, this season in the Central Division has saved the best game for last. 9 runs is what you need for victory and a spot in the playoffs. If for some reason you get 8 runs, then you have a super over. Rohan Raje facing up now to Sahib Malhotra. Andreas Kraus standing at the non-striker's end. He is absolutely waiting to see what happens at the opposite end. Oh my goodness, look at this. What field do you have set? What are you looking to accomplish here? There's a man square on the boundary on the offside, square on the boundary on the leg side, and then long on and long off. So essentially you're protecting the boundaries deep, but you're also protecting them square. Honestly, you're probably looking for some pace-off delivery here. Rohan Raje, the stage is yours. Down the ground, single. 8 required from 5. Oh my, this is... They saved the best for last because, ladies and gentlemen, this one has absolutely come down to the wire. Andreas Kraus. 88 from 52. Those 88 runs will not matter if he's not able to drag his team over the finish line here. And standing between him and a spot in the playoffs is Rohan Raje. 8 needed from 5. Down the ground. Is this catchable? It is taken. Oh, my. Oh, what a wicket that one is. Is that the game? Andreas House dismissed, caught on the boundary by Abhimanyu Paswal, substitute fielder, dismissed on the stroke of the last over. Look at this. Gets it down the ground, not quite the elevation that he was looking for. And that catch, ladies and gentlemen, means everything in the context of this game. Is that the final victory or the final shot for victory? The new batter will be coming in. We'll see who that is shortly. Still 8 runs adrift. A new batter in. Andreas House is gone. 8 runs for victory. 7 runs for a super over. Look at this. This is a really well-judged catch. Boy, look at that celebration from the bowler, from Smith Patel, the keeper. And it's going to be Amshi De Silva. Saib Malhotra at the non-striker's end, 6 from 5. You are 8 runs away from victory. If you're Amshi De Silva, do you look to just get a single here to see if Saib Malhotra can finish dragging the team over the line? Oh, this one is coming down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. It always felt like it was going to be that close, and here is proof. Oh, full toss down the leg side. It is a no ball. A no ball on height. Oh, my goodness. He tried the slower full toss. He got it wrong. It's a full toss going down the leg side. Obviously, down the leg side, it's also wide, but a no ball supersedes a wide. And umpire Karthik Nachimuto says that is a no ball. So 7 runs required, but importantly, this next ball is a free hit. Still 4 legal balls to go, but Amshi De Silva, you can swing for the fences here. Scoop shot. He'll get a single. I don't know that that's the best shot that you played to a free hit, but nevertheless, he is the one with the bat in the hand. You get a single, but boy, going into the last 3 deliveries here. Tried the back of the hand slower ball is what that was. And going, look at this again. Take a look at this. He twisted his ankle going to the ground. Oh, not quite sure whether or not he injured his ankle. Oh, you're right there. Oh, that is not helpful. Gets a twist on his ankle. Now, luckily, I don't know luckily, he's in pain. But if you wanted to look for the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, if you will, or maybe the rainbow behind the cloud, you know what I'm trying to say. The advantage there is that he twisted an ankle, but he twisted the ankle on his non-plant foot. In other words, he's a right-handed bowler, so he plants his left foot. And look what he plants, or look what ankle he twists here. He's fine there. That is his plant foot. Here comes over. He's fine there. Again here. And then this one is what he twists there. Oh, that hurts. If he's a left-handed fast bowler, that hurts even more because that would be his plant foot. But maybe you just go based on adrenaline alone now to try to take this one home for your team. Seems to be moving fine here, Rohan Raje. But the job is not yet done. And with 2 balls remaining, you do not know who is winning this. 6 needed from 3. Saib Malhotra on strike. Where is this gone? Down the ground. You'll get one. Coming back for the second. Oh, the run out happens. Oh, my goodness. They get one. Try to get greedy going back for the second run. And Sahib Malhotra has been run out. 2 balls remaining. Still 5 runs to go for victory. Oh, my. So that's the end of Sahib Malhotra. Amshi De Silva's at the non-strikers end. A quick pickup and a throw. Look at this again. You get one down the ground, directly to the fielder. He's immediately up Parvez Ahuja, and that hesitation cost them. And look at Sahib Malhotra. I think at exactly what we're referring to, the hesitation right there. They were unsure, wanted to know whether or not to go back for that second run. We're not able to get it. Look here. You see it here on the shot right here. Should we go? Should we? Yes, right there. That hesitation is the difference between a wicket and the second run. And boy, how much of a difference does that make? So, second wicket in the over. 7 wickets are down, 189 for 7. How close does this one get? 2 balls remaining, 5 runs to get for victory, 4 runs for a super over. And oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, this one has all the makings of exactly what you'd want in a match of this magnitude. So here we take a look at this again. Oh. Just wanting to make sure that you get everybody in the right position. 2 balls to go. These are likely the most important 2 deliveries of the season for Rohan Raje. None of what he's done so far matters if he does not keep Amshi De Silva and Sanchit Sandhu in the park here. Slashed away, goes away for 4! Oh my goodness! The scores are level. Scores level with 1 ball remaining. Just over the glove of Smith Patel. Wow! Can you believe it? 1 ball remaining. The scores are level. This one has come all the way down. Look at Lovekesh Kalia in the front row. Boy, all to play for here. Again, a spot in the playoffs on the line. This next ball will determine everything for one of these 2 teams. Oh my goodness, that ball went nowhere near where Sanchit Sandhu was looking to play it, but it is the most fortuitous edge. He will not care about the fact that it did not go where he was looking to play it. And 1 run of any flavor here wins this game for Kings 11 Dallas. Look again, slashed away. Yaqub Haidari at short third, never would have gotten to it. So the choices are this. A dot ball here sends the game to a super over. A single or a run of any kind puts the Kings 11 Dallas in the playoffs. The field is all in. Mid on, mid off. Short mid wicket, square leg, short third, backward point, all inside the circle. This last ball decides this entire match. Oh my goodness me. Here is the last ball. A dot ball. Oh my goodness. Smith Patel fires, hits the stumps at the striker's end. Ladies and gentlemen, 40 overs was not enough. We are going to a super over, if you can believe it. Oh my. So Amshi De Silva at the non-strikers end. Sanchit Sandhu not able to get anything on it. Smith Patel has all 3 stumps to aim at. Picks the off stump, knocks that one back. And that is the end. That is the end of regulation time, if you will. A short break for us here in the commentary area. We will catch our breath, and when we come back, there will be a super over to play. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. See you shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe I still have a voice, even though that is doubtful at this stage. We have on our hands a super over. If you're unfamiliar with a super over, each team bats for 6 balls maximum. You designate 3 batters, 2 of whom are walking to the crease as we speak. I believe that these 2 batters coming to the crease for the Kings 11 Dallas side are Andres House and Ali Sheikh. I believe that's who I am seeing. We'll get that confirmed as soon as they make themselves known. But a super over. Each team bats for 6 balls, 1 over. In other words, you pick 1 bowler who's going to bowl the super over. If a wicket falls, you have the 3rd batter of the 3 who comes to the crease. If the 2nd wicket falls, that is the end of the over, regardless of how many balls have been bowled. And it's a maximum of 6 balls. So, Andreas House and Ali Sheikh are the 2 who will be facing in the super over. The bowler, I believe, will be Rohan Raje. So we'll get all of that confirmed shortly. But my goodness, this is high drama. It is worthy of the type of game that this has been throughout. Andreas House, when he batted earlier, scored 88. Would have wanted more than that. Ali Sheikh, looking to end the game in style, certainly would have wanted more than to hold out in the deep. But here we are. The first ball to be bowled here by Rohan Raje. And he is moving around very gingerly. Again, you saw him twist that right ankle earlier. You would think that he's running on adrenaline. First ball of the super over. Slashed away over the top. Gone for 6. Andreas House is not making my voice any less stable here. Fallen wide, and he absolutely nails it over cover for 6. Oh my goodness, the very first delivery put away in style. He is limping horribly now. Rohan Raje, you have to ask the question. Yes, you can sort of do it on adrenaline and make yourself as much as possible to sort of forget about the fact that you're in pain, but is that the best position for the team to be in? And I'm asking that rhetorically. Here's the second ball. Down the leg side. Is that a wide ball? It is a wide ball. 7 runs from the first 1 legal delivery. Obviously, a wide ball does not count as a legal delivery. So, 7 runs scored, already 5 to come. Andreas House wants to do it himself. You would think that he is a little bit irritated that he did not finish it earlier, and he's going to want to do it in style here himself. Down the ground, where's that gone? 6 more! Oh my, 13 from 2 legal deliveries. You cannot bowl that length to Andreas House. If you're going to bowl a Yorker, it absolutely has to be full. All the way in that ball right there was in the slot. It's closer to the batter in terms of the slot. It's a no ball. Did I miss that? It is 6 and a no ball. Oh my goodness. A no ball in addition to it being a 6. So this is going to be a free hit. And still 5 legal balls to go. This is going all wrong for Rohan Raje. In the slot, drilling it, and there's a signal. Sorry that I missed it the first time. Boy, if you are struggling, this is not a good way to be. In the air, don't think this will carry for 6. Catch taken, but it doesn't matter. You get a single, and the reason it does not matter is because that last ball was a free hit. So 15 make that 16 from, oh, they ran 2 on that, did they? They absolutely ran 2. So, oh, I'm catching my breath here. 16 from the over with 4 balls remaining. Andreas House can put this game out of reach if he stays there. Full toss, he got away with that. It's in the gap. It is 4. I said he got away with it because I thought it was going to be a no ball free hit. It was not a no ball, but still 4 runs. 3 balls remaining in the super over, and you still have 20 runs on the board. So this has not started out the way that you wanted it to if you're an Xforia Giants fan, because Andreas House is making mincemeat of Rohan Raja here, and he still has 3 balls remaining in which to do it. Oh, pulled away into the deep. Ali Sheikh will be looking for a second run here. Absolutely coming back for that second run. 22 runs scored in the super over. Still 2 balls remaining. Is Andreas House going to do it himself? But of course, again, each team gets to bat the super over. So whatever is scored here by the first team, the second team, in other words, the Xforia Giants, gets to do the same thing. Now, with 2 balls remaining, you've already had a couple of extras in this over. You've already had a wide. You already had a no ball. So in theory, this over should have already been finished. Here are the 2 additional balls in the super over. Sliced and taken at short third. Anticlimactic end to the day with the bat for Andreas House, but he did plenty of damage while he was there. So the catch taken, I believe that's Jakub Haidari who took that catch. So that's the end of Andreas House. Look at this. Yep, that is Jakub Haidari at the back of your screen right there, taking that catch. He did plenty of damage. And this is now going to be the last ball of the super over. This is Corey Anderson. Failed with the bat earlier. Clean bowled by Jakub Haidari. Now facing up to Rohan Raja. Does Corey Anderson have one final trick up his sleeve? If I know Corey Anderson, he will be targeting the area between long on and mid wicket. Very, very strong in that area. And we'll see exactly what he's able to accomplish here. Oh my goodness. Last ball coming up here in the super over. And I'll tell you that things get more and more difficult as you go through this innings. Here's the last ball. Down the ground. Have to come back for 2. Have to push for 2. Ali Sheikh is the one coming back. Throw goes to the keeper's end. Corey Anderson makes it. It's a wayward throw. So 24 runs in the super over. In order for the Dallas Xforia Giants to win this game, they will have to score 25 in their super over. Here we see the highlights from the super over. This one straight down the ground for 6. Full toss, got away with that one. That edge taken at short third, but plenty of damage. Most of that damage done by Andreas House. So, we will take yet another break. About 5 minutes for the teams to switch over. It will be interesting to see who bowls the super over for Kings 11 Dallas and who the batters will be. Oh my goodness. Hang on to your seats. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the match to end all matches. This is the Kings 11 Dallas versus Dallas Xforia Giants. 40 overs did not solve the issue, so we are playing 2 additional overs. The super over, first one batted by the Kings 11 Dallas, mostly due to the exploits of Andreas Haus. They scored all of 24 runs, which means that 25 runs is what you're looking for here from the batters for the Dallas Xforia Giants in order to win this game. And you'll see the batters shortly. It looks like Akarshit Gomel. It also looks like Cheyenne Jahangir, if I'm not mistaken. And by the way, before the action gets started, I'd like to take a special moment to shout out a young lady, Rinya, a Punjab 11 fan, watching the action right here in Grand Prairie. Rinya, it is a pleasure to have you watch. Hopefully, you'll be enjoying what we have going on here, because I will tell you that this is absolutely brilliant. And hopefully my voice lasts for me to be able to continue describing the action for you. So, thank you for being on, Rinya, and hope you have a wonderful rest of the evening. Anyway, so back to the action on the field. It appears as though the bowler is going to be Amsha De Silva. Oh, here we go. Amsha De Silva is your bowler. And with Amsha De Silva bowling, you will also have the batter on strike. That looks like Cheyenne Jahangir. Akarshit Gomel is at the non-striker's end. Amsha De Silva, your job is to bowl 6 Yorkers. 6 Yorkers that are landing in the, essentially on the popping crease. You cannot get hit out of the park if you bowl those deliveries. If you bowl anything shorter than that, you can get punished. First ball. Scoop shot in the air. It's going to go toward the boundary. Sliding stop is in vain. It goes away for 4. How about that? A scoop shot from the very first ball. 4 runs on the board. Oh, my goodness. Oh, I cannot believe where we are today, ladies and gentlemen. This is about the most amazing game that I have seen for a while. Forget about calling a match. This is about the most amazing match I've seen in a while. Full toss, and it is taken. I'll tell you what, did he catch that? It is a no. Is it a no? It's a no ball. It's a no ball. Oh my. So you get a run. You also get the no ball, which is an additional run, and this next ball would be a free hit. No question that was a no ball. Looking at the replay, that is absolutely a no ball. So the catch taken by Oba Spinar does not matter, because that ball clearly is above waist height. Cheyenne Jahangir will be the beneficiary of a free hit, I believe. Let's see exactly which bowler is on strike. Oh, which batter, rather, is on strike. Oh, are you serious? Is this going to come down to yet another super over? Or is the Xforia Giants going to win it outright? See what happens here. Here's a free hit in the air. It will land safely in no man's land. All they'll get is a single. So the free hit doesn't hurt them that much, but it is an extra ball. You don't want to bowl extra balls in this scenario. And again, boy, I tell you, things become that much more difficult. 7 runs on the board But you're still in the game here if you are the Kings 11 Dallas. 18 runs to defend in 4 balls. Full drive and a miss. That is a dot, a precious dot ball. You need 18 in the next 3 balls. 3 sixes is what you need. In fact, 18 in the next 3 balls will get you another super over, if you will. Actually, no. So 7, you do need 18. 18 wins you the match. You need 3 sixes from here to win. This ball game comes down to this ball right here. There it is. Is it a wide? It is a wide. Oh, nothing comes easy. Nothing comes easy for the Kings 11 Dallas side. That wide means that you still have 3 balls remaining, and 3 sixes actually wins you the game. Look at this. Oh, it's a tight call. Oh my goodness. He walks across. It's a good argument to have. We'll have that argument another time. Here's the next ball. Down the ground. It should just be a single. Ali Sheikh. Ali Sheikh says relax. They can have the second run if they want it. It doesn't matter. 2 balls remaining. 15 runs to get. If you do not bowl any extras, Amshida Silva, the Kings 11 Dallas are through. Well, maybe not quite through. I've received a message saying that there may be some decision made tomorrow, depending on what the Metroplex Tracers do, but they'll win this game. This is down the ground. They're walking because effectively this game has already been finished. 1 ball remaining. 14 runs to get. If you do not have any extras, that is the end of the most stunning of matches, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, a super over eventually decides who gets at least the chance to go to the next level. Here is the last ball. Over the top of extra cover, should get close to the boundary. Adam Khan will actually run it in himself. The Dallas Xforia Giants go down in a heap. An exciting match, but it is taken by Kings 11 Dallas. Ladies and gentlemen, absolutely stunning result. Tied game after 40 overs, but the super over, mainly due to the heroics of Andreas Kraus, sees Kings 11 Dallas take victory. So it's probably very relevant right now for us to go to the current points table, because that is what we're looking at as of right now. Chicago Kingsmen, 14 points. Kings 11 Dallas on 12 points. There's your chart. The wild card for me is the Metroplex Tracers at the number 4 spot. If the Metroplex Tracers win tomorrow, they also jump up to the 2nd spot, tied with Kings 11 Dallas. And if you look at the net run rates, 3rd column from the right, it would be the Metroplex Tracers, I think, who would be on top there. So all is not done yet for the Kings 11 Dallas. They absolutely take victory here. They needed to have this, but they're going to need help tomorrow, I would think. So let's look really quickly at what the schedule looks like for tomorrow. For tomorrow's game, my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, this becomes a really important talking point. Let's look at what happens the rest of the way here, because the Kings 11 Dallas are done. Metroplex Tracers play tomorrow. Their game tomorrow is against Lone Star Athletics down at Moosa Stadium in the Pearland, Texas area, about 300 miles away from where we are now. If the Lone Star Athletics win that game, it's academic. The Metroplex Tracers finish in 4th, and it is the Chicago Kingsmen and Kings 11 Dallas who go through to the playoffs. If the Metroplex Tracers beat the Lone Star Athletics tomorrow, then let's just say Katie bar the door, because a number of different permutations take place. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm losing my voice. I cannot go any further, but I can tell you that this is about the most exciting match I've watched in a very long time. Join us tomorrow for the last match of the regular season here in the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium. It will be again the Michigan Cricket Stars against the St. Louis Americans. Probably you can watch that match with us here tomorrow. Also have one eye on what is going on in Pearland, Texas tomorrow, because that ultimately decides who goes to the playoffs from here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm hoarse, but it's been a pleasure bringing this game to you all. See you tomorrow. Good night and good luck.